Chapter 429 Heaven Path Part 2/3. Chapter 429 Heaven Path Part 2/3. What was the Heaven Path? Actually, even Taoist Zue didn't know exactly what it was. He was merely aware that all Monarch Realm experts who were at the end of their lifespan would choose to try and overcome it. Because a Monarch Realm expert of the past who'd been at the end of his lifespan had immediately stepped foot into the Saint Realm upon overcoming the Heaven Path. No one knew what exactly resided above the Heaven Path, because those who knew had either died or vanished. Even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, the Unfettered One, was the same. If he had any other choice, then even Taoist Zue would be unwilling to attempt the mysterious Heaven Path, because he wasn't even the slightest bit confident in his ability. However, it couldn't be helped because if he didn't try, then only a natural death would be awaiting him. Had cultivated throughout his lifetime to attain such a cultivation, so how could he be willing to transform into dust? He had no other choice. At a spot over 30 m away from Taoist Zue, Su Muzha stood there with a solemn expression on his face, and there was worry in the depths of his eyes. If Taoist Zue overcame the Heaven Path and advanced into the Saint Realm, then the Sword Sect would be matchless throughout the entire Southern Territory and even the continent. At that time, the Sword Sect would relive its former glory. Conversely, if Taoist Zue failed, then the Sword Sect would be eternally doomed, truly doomed. This time, Taoist Zue's success or failure wasn't just related to Su Muzha, but the entire Sword Sect's fate. Taoist Zue suddenly glanced towards the surroundings while standing in midair, and then he laughed coldly. Yuan Tian, Yu Linglong, Ghost King, are all of you that impatient? A wave of fluctuation arose in midair, and then two men and a woman appeared on a mountain 3 kilometers away from the Sword Sect's sky peak, and they stood in confrontation with Taoist Zue from afar. Old bastard Zue, your 1,000 years of cultivation weren't easy, so why seek death impatiently right now? After all, you should be aware of the outcome your Sword Sect would face if you died. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man whose bare upper body was covered in black tattoos. The middle-aged man was the sect master of the Ghost Sect. He was called Ghost King, and he was a sworn enemy of the Sword Sect. Taoist Zue laughed coldly and said, "You don't have to trouble yourself with worrying about that. However, I never expected that Fairy Yu and Yuan Tian would actually work together with the Ghost Sect. Both of you should be clearly aware of what sort of place the Ghost Sect is. Not only would cooperating with it stain your reputations, it might even turn against you in the end. Both of you should have thought of that, right?" Taoist Zue, don't waste your time. Ghost King chuckled and said, "Even if you have a silver tongue, it's impossible to change the current situation where your Sword Sect is all alone and without support. It's still the same as before. If you fail, then the entire Sword Sect will be annihilated, and not a single disciple of it will survive. Of course, I believe that if you succeed, then you will definitely slaughter our sects to the very end as well. So, everyone's fates are in your hands. Haha." Taoist Zue glanced coldly at Ghost King, and then he gazed at Yuan Tian. The latter smiled lightly and said, "If the Sword Sect agrees to be a vassal of my origin school, then I can let bygones be bygones and resolve the enmity between out sections. Moreover, I can help Brother Zue overcome the Heaven Path. What do you think?" Ghost King's expression changed when he heard this, and a gloomy expression appeared within his eyes. However, he didn't speak a single word. "How absurd," Su Muzha said furiously. "Become a vassal of your origin school? Then wouldn't Martial Uncle Zue and I become sinners of the Sword Sect? How could we face the sect masters of the past when we perish in the future? Moreover, how could the disciples of my Sword Sect draw their swords once our sect submits to your origin school? Yuan Tian, what a great plan it is to destroy the foundation of my Sword Sect." Yuan Tian seemed to have expected this, and he smiled and didn't speak further. At this moment, everyone within the Sword Sect had sensed the situation the sect was in right now. They were being jointly sieged by 3 sects, and the disciples of the Sword Sect couldn't help but feel a surge of panic when they thought up to this point. The strengths of every single one of these 3 sects surpassed the Sword Sect, so could the Sword Sect resist their joint forces? The answer was no. It was impossible, so only death awaited them. When they thought about this, many disciples of the sword sect started to become restless, but it was quickly suppressed by the higher-ups of the sword sect. At this very moment, the sword sect could absolutely not allow any mistakes to occur. Taoist Zue seemed to be aware of it as well, so he immediately paid no further attention to Yuan Tian and the others. The three of them wouldn't stop him from attempting to overcome the heaven path, because they didn't dare to. If they were to obstruct him now, then they would have to face his practically suicidal revenge, and if he were to fight with all his strength, then he was confident in his ability to kill at least one of them. Yuan Tian and the others were aware of that as well. So, they hadn't attacked. At the very least, they wouldn't until Taoist Zue failed to overcome the heaven path. Even if they intended to attack, Taoist Zue still had a backup plan. Because the sect guarding grand formation of the sword sect was set up by the sword sect's founding ancestor himself, even though they were unable to bring forth its complete might, it was still sufficient to obstruct the three of them for a period of time. In short, the fate of the sword sect still depended on his success or failure. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't long before noon arrived. Taoist Zue slowly opened his eyes in midair. At this moment, he was at his peak state. In other words, he could begin. With a wave of his right hand, the azure sword transformed into an azure glow that shot into the sky. Its glow was like a pillar that shot towards the sky, and it entered the sky in an instant. Right after that, a wave of violent shaking arose in the sky before it seemed like the sky had been split open to reveal an enormous pitch-black rift. Subsequently, a multicolored path slowly extended out from within the pitch-black rift, and it wasn't long before it extended down from the sky and arrived in front of Taoist Zue. Taoist Zue took a deep breath, and then he stepped onto the path under the shocked gazes of everyone in the surroundings. The weather in the sky had immediately changed when he stepped foot on the multicolored path. The sun was still blazing in the sky just moments ago, yet dark clouds had covered the sky in an instant. After that, an almost 3 kilometers long bolt of black lightning tore through the clouds and shot down towards Taoist Zue. The bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space was shattered inch by inch to reveal numerous pitch-black spatial tiers. The might of the heavens and the earth that was contained within those rifts caused some comparatively weaker disciples of the sword sect to be instantly forced flat on the ground while trembling violently. The disciples of the sword sect gazed at the black bolt of lightning with astonishment. If it were to descend onto our sword sect, then the entire sect would probably be obliterated into powder in an instant, right? A wisp of a solemn expression flashed through Taoist Zue's eyes as he gazed at the enormous bolt of lightning, and then he swiftly slashed the azure sword towards it. In an instant, a strand of sword chi that was 300 m long and over 100 m wide had tore through the sky and shot violently towards the black bolt of lightning. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded in the sky above the sword sect, and then the black bolt of lightning flashed through the sword chi and shot explosively towards Taoist Zue at a speed which wasn't visible to the eye. Taoist Zue's expression changed because Head underestimated the heaven path in the end. He didn't dare think further as he tightened his grip around azure and swung it swiftly, causing countless strands of sword chi to surge like a tidal wave that enveloped the black bolt of lightning. Bang! 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 A wave of violent explosions resounded in the sky as countless strands of black electricity sprayed towards the surroundings along with Taoist Zue's sword chi and descended towards the ground. Su Muzz's expression changed and was just about to act when Taoist Zue slashed once more with his sword. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out and blasted the sword chi and electricity into nothingness. Deafening cheers immediately erupted from the disciples of the sword sect when they witnessed this scene. Even Su Muzha revealed a trace of a smile. Looks like Martial Uncle Zue is still quite confident in his ability to overcome the heaven path. They hadn't noticed that the solemn expression in Taoist Zue's eyes hadn't eased up but grew heavier instead. Because just this initial test allowed him to realize that Head severely underestimated how terrifying the heaven path was, and his confidence to deal with its following attacks had started to waver. Ghost King's face fell because Taoist Zue's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. If he's really able to overcome the heaven path, then wouldn't the entire ghost sect be annihilated? When he thought up to here, Ghost King was about to act yet was stopped by Yuan Tian. There's no need to be impatient. There are 9 barriers in order to overcome the heaven path, and he has merely passed the first barrier. According to my estimations, he'll be able to survive through 2 barriers at most with the strength he possesses. After that, he'll definitely die if he doesn't possess any other trump cards, said Yuan Tian in an indifferent tone. Ghost King hesitated for a moment, and then he abandoned his intention to act and gazed at Daoist Zue again. Daoist Zue stood on the spot in midair for a moment before he took a step forward, and he traversed 3 kilometers with just this single step. Right at this moment, countless strands of black energy surged out from within the pitch-black rift, and then an enormous black finger that was over 1K wide appeared from within the rift before it descended towards Daoist Zue. At the moment it appeared here, the heavens and the earth had dimmed down while the mountains around Sky Peak had been instantly transformed into level found by the pressure emanated by the enormous finger. Moreover, the ground was still collapsing layer by layer. The smiles on the faces of the Sword Sect's disciples had instantly frozen on the spot when they witnessed this scene, and they stared blankly at the enormous finger. Who exactly does it belong to? Why does it possess such terrifying might? Can our sect's guardian resist it? At this moment, such thoughts couldn't help but arise in their hearts. Sumuja had an extremely heavy expression on his face as well. If the Sword Sect didn't have a grand formation protecting it, then Sky Peak and all the disciples of the Sword Sect would have probably perished beneath this finger just now, because even he felt quite horrified by the terrifying might contained within that enormous finger. It was truly too terrifying. At this moment, Yuan Tian and the others had extremely solemn expression as well. The heaven path was a path that they would have to take in the future as well. They hadn't come here entirely for the sake of annihilating the Sword Sect, and they had another reason for coming here today. It was because they wanted to witness how terrifying the heaven path was. Now that they had, their expressions had turned solemn. This attack was very strong, and it was strong to the point they weren't confident in their ability to resist. However, they revealed a mocking expression in an instant because it was Daoist Zue who had to face this attack right now. Daoist Zue's expression had become extremely solemn as well. No matter what, he had to withstand this attack, because if he failed, then he wouldn't be the only one who died, and the thousands upon thousands of disciples of the Sword Sect who were relying on him would die as well. Clang! The azure sword shot into the sky. Disciples of the Sword Sect, heed my call. Lend me your strength. Chapter 430 Heaven Path Part 3/3. Chapter 430 Heaven Path Part 3/3. The disciples of the Sword Sect on the ground below didn't dare hesitate at all. They drew their swords under the lead of Sumuja and the other supreme elders of the Sword Sect, and then a few tens of thousands of swords fused into one and shot violently towards the enormous black finger. Under such circumstances, the members of the Sword Sect naturally didn't dare hold back at all, and they'd utilized all their strength. The might of the united forces of tens of thousands of profounders was naturally not weak, and the enormous sword formed from their swords seemed to even be capable of stabbing a hole in the sky as it shot violently towards the enormous black finger. After that, another dazzling strand of light that was over 1 kilometer wide covered the sky as it shot soared up. Rumble. 2 world-shaking explosions resounded. It was like the sky was about to be blasted into pieces while space trembled violently. Countless strands of sword chi and black energy swept towards the surroundings and descended towards the ground, causing an enormous bottomless and pitch-black hole to immediately appear on the ground. The countless disciples of the Sword Sect revealed a smile once more when their joint forces had destroyed the enormous black finger. As far as they were concerned, this should be success. However, they noticed that Daoist Zue's countenance was pale while numerous cracks had appeared throughout the azure sword. It seemed like the azure sword would shatter at any moment. The heaven path required one to endure 9 attacks in order to traverse it, yet now, merely 2 attacks had passed. In other words, there were another 7 attacks, yet had practically already utilized all his strength. So, how would he resist the next 7 attacks? All those years ago, the founding ancestor rampaged back and forth through this path. Exactly what sort of strength did he possess? Taoist Zue shook his head and strode forward, and head moved another 3 kilometers to arrive high above amidst the clouds. No matter what, he had no way to retreat now, so it was either success or death. The pitch-black rift in the sky expanded slowly while countless strands of horrifying black energy seeped out from within it. Everywhere the black energy passed, space would actually collapse immediately. However, that same space was swiftly repaired by the laws of the heavens and the earth as well. But that same space would collapse once more as soon as it was repaired, and this cycle continued endlessly. This time, the pitch-black rift didn't launch an attack. It just expanded gradually, as if something was about to emerge from within it. When they noticed that it hadn't come to an end yet, the hearts of all the disciples from the sword sect on the ground below had constricted. Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together from a certain spot within the sword sect. She was naturally clearly aware of what sort of situation the sword sect would face if Taoist Zue wasn't able to succeed. It wouldn't be going too far to say that the sword sect was doomed. Even though her father was a monarch realm expert as well, he was only at the first rank, so he was utterly incapable of going against Yuan Tian and the others. Is the sword sect really going to be doomed just like that? Suddenly, the space in front of her warped, and then Su Muja appeared there. Qingshi, use the secret passageway to leave the sect later. Once you escape, then leave the southern territory and never come back. Su Muja's face had an indescribably desolate expression on it, and his eyes were filled with gloominess. Su Qingshi asked lightly, "Is there really no chance at all?" Su Muja shook his head and said, "Both your martial uncle and I underestimated the heaven path. Perhaps he would have a chance if Head attained the peak of the monarch realm, but he's only at the 4th rank of the monarch realm. So, he's unable to go against the terrors of the heaven path even if he relies on the Tao artifact and the strength of our entire sect. The elders and I have already secretly sent away some talented disciples. Qingshi, you leave as well. Don't think about avenging the sword sect for the next few hundred years. You just have to carry on the inheritance of the sword sect." "I refuse." Su Qingshi spoke in a light voice. "The sword sect is in a time of need right now. How could I possibly leave? Moreover, we have the sect guarding grand formation that the founding ancestor left behind all those years ago, so we may not necessarily be unable to resist them." Su Muja suddenly said, "Does the child belong to Yangyi?" Su Qingshi's expression immediately became slightly unnatural, but she still nodded without the slightest hesitation. Su Muja sighed lightly and said, "That child's natural talent in the sword Tao is superb, but he has a rather extreme character, and he acts ruthlessly and without any regard for the consequences. Even I don't know if it's a blessing or curse that you're with him. All right, leave now, or you might not be able to leave in a while. Don't be stubborn. Do it for the child in your belly." Su Qingshi still shook her head and said, "He said that he would come to the sword sect to get me. If I have a place in his heart, then he'll come no matter what. If he doesn't, then what's the point of going to look for him? I received information that he's on his way back to the Southern Territory. However, the Origin School, Ghost Sect, and Flower Palace have dispatched experts to kill him on the way." Su Muja suddenly said, "The reason I didn't tell you before was because I didn't want you to be swept into the enmity between him and those sections. But at this moment, we have no other choice." Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly, but she still shook her head and indicated that she wouldn't leave. "You're only a step away from the Exalt realm. Even though you haven't attained it, your strength isn't any weaker to an ordinary Exalt realm expert. Isn't it better to go help him?" said Su Muja. "He will return safely to the Southern Territory." "They've always underestimated him," said Su Qingshi. Su Muja shook his head lightly. Presently, he wasn't really interested in Yangyi because it was a moment of life and death for the sword sect right now. The sword sect had existed in the Southern Territory for 10,000 years. If it were to be obliterated in his hands, then Su Muja would become a sinner of the sect. So, even if he knew they weren't a match for the Origin School, Ghost Sect, and Flower Palace, he still wanted to fight desperately for it. As for Su Qingshi, he naturally had a way to send her away when there was no other way. Meanwhile, the pitch-black rift in the sky had expanded to the point of becoming over 1 kilometer wide. When looked at from below, It was like an enormous hole had been torn apart in the sky, and boundless horrifying darkness was revealed from within it. Suddenly, a finger that was even more enormous than before gradually emerged from within the pitch-black rift. After half the finger had emerged, another finger followed by its side, and it was slightly shorter than the first finger. It was like a middle finger and ring finger had emerged from the pitch-black rift. After these two fingers appeared, all the mountains besides Sky Peak that had collapsed were pushed further into the ground, and the formidable blast of air that came from the sky made the space there warp. Besides that, the golden protective barrier above Sky Peak had sunk down slightly from this pressure, and it seemed like it would explode at any moment. The disciples of the Sword Sect were astounded when they witnessed this scene. What exactly are those enormous fingers? They are actually so terrifying? Would Ancestor Zue be able to resist it? At this moment, Yuan Tian and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because even they felt slightly horrified from those two enormous fingers. After all, even they might not be able to resist the energy contained within it. In the past, they had a little confidence in facing the heaven path, but after they witnessed this scene, that trace of hope and confidence had vanished from their hearts. If they were to attempt the heaven path with the current strengths they possessed, then they would be definitely courting death. Perhaps I can give it a try when I attain the peak of the monarch realm. As he stood amidst the clouds and watched those two enormous fingers descend slowly, Taoist Zue slowly tightened his grip on the azure sword, and then the profound energy within him surged out, causing the azure sword to tremble violently and emanated numerous rays of light. Suddenly, the enormous fingers sped up. In the blink of an eye, they'd instantly arrived 300 above Taoist Zue. Taoist Zue's pupils constricted, and then he swiftly swung the sword in his hand. In an instant, almost 10,000 rays of light shot out explosively from the azure sword. At this moment, the rays of light from his sword covered the entire sky, and even the glow of the scorching sun had been blotted out. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as the enormous pitch-black fingers broke through the rays of light, and then they didn't lose momentum at all as they instantly smashed onto Taoist Zue. In an instant, Taoist Zue crashed downward from the clouds. The disciples of the Sword Sect were dumbstruck when they witnessed this scene. He's dead just like that? The guardian of our Sword Sect is dead just like that? At this moment, all the disciples of the Sword Sect seemed as if they'd lost their souls. Their eyes were completely lifeless, and they stared blankly at Taoist Zue who was falling from the sky. After it struck him down with a single blow, the enormous fingers instantly withdrew back into the pitch-black rift, and then the rift closed. In the blink of an eye, the sky had returned to its previous state, and it was like nothing had ever happened. Of course, the multicolored path had dispersed in the air once the rift had closed. He's dead just like that? Su Muzha was slightly stunned as well while he watched Taoist Zue's corpse crash towards ground, and he was dazed for a moment. With Taoist Zue present in the Sword Sect, not even the Origin School dared to act too fearlessly, and even if it suppressed the Sword Sect, it could only do it in secret. Yet now, Taoist Zue had perished, so would these sects have anything left to fear? Right when Taoist Zue's corpse was about to fall into the Sword Sect, a strand of light had flashed, and then Taoist Zue's corpse immediately vanished. Ghost King asked in a low voice, "What was that?" Had seen that ray of light, but it was too swift to the point he couldn't see it clearly. According to rumor, all experts who die while attempting to traverse the heaven path would be taken away by a mysterious expert. That mysterious expert would preserve their souls so that they could reincarnate. I presume that ray of light was that mysterious expert, said Yuan Tian in a low voice. It was that mysterious expert who preserved Taoist Zue's soul just now and had even obstructed the aftershock of those enormous fingers. Otherwise, Taoist Zue's corpse would be in pieces right now, while his soul would have dispersed, said Yu Linglong. Ghost King laughed coldly and paid no further attention to this. After all, it was fine to him so long as Taoist Zue was dead. Now, the feud of blood between the Ghost Sect and the Sword Sect could finally be put an end to. The Ghost Sect declares war against the Sword Sect. There's a chance of survival if the Sword Sect surrenders, otherwise, none shall be spared. The Origin School declares war against the Sword Sect. The Flower Palace declared war against the Sword Sect. Right at the moment the members of the Sword Sect were stunned, three voices had suddenly resounded in the air above the Sword Sect, and it caused their expressions to turn ghastly pale. It was truly like adding fuel to the flame. After the three of them declared war against the Sword Sect, countless experts from their sects instantly flew swiftly towards the Sword Sect from their respective sections. In less than 4 hours of time, the elite disciples of the three sects had converged outside Sky Peak. Sumuja, will you surrender, or will you not? Yuan Tian's voice resounded like a thunderclap by the ears of all the Sword Sect's members. Chapter 4:31 Pavilion Master. Surrender? The Sword Sect would naturally not surrender. Even though it had fallen to decline and suffered such huge setback that weakened its strength, it was absolutely impossible to make them become the servants of those three sects and obey their orders. Disciples of the Sword Sect, heed my command. Activate the sect guarding grand formation. Sumuja shouted. The countless disciples in the surroundings instantly returned to their senses. They stopped hesitating and poured their profound energy into the grand formation. As their profound energy surged ceaselessly into it, the enormous golden barrier of light in the sky above the Sword Sect instantly lit up, and then countless strands of golden glows of the sword shot violently towards the disciples of the three sects. Yuan Tian grunted coldly and waved his right hand. Countless strands of white light shot forward and instantly blasted apart almost half of the rays of light that came from the grand formation. On the side, Ghost King and Yu Linglong hurriedly acted as well, and those countless strands of golden light were instantly dispersed into nothingness before their joint forces. Attack! Along with Yuan Tian's order, the disciples of the Origin School who stood behind him had instantly flashed towards Sky Peak, and the profounders of the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace followed closely behind as well. The war erupted. The war between the four sects had undoubtedly shocked the entire southern territory. The four great sects were deeply involved with the mortal world, and they had many vassals amongst the clans in the mortal world. So, when a war occurred between the sects, these clans would definitely act as well. In next to no time, numerous clans within the Grand Qin Empire started to fight both openly and in secret, and incidents where a clan vanished overnight or was annihilated had occurred continuously throughout the empire. Surprisingly, the Grand Qin Empire actually acted indifferent towards all of this, and it allowed these clans to kill each other. Before long, chaos started to appear within the empire. The Grand Myriad Mountains. Yang Ye's brows were knit tightly without being able to ease up once he received the information about the southern territory from Zhang Lu. While the three sects had besieged the Sword Sect, he was naturally not worried of the Sword Sect, and he even wished for nothing more than to see the Sword Sect obliterated. However, Su Qingshi was still in the Sword Sect, so he had no choice but to feel worried and anxious, and it was even to the extent that the thought to return immediately had crossed his mind. However, it wasn't the time to return yet, as it would be pointless to return to the southern territory right now, because he still hadn't accomplished one last thing. Moreover, according to the information that Zhang Lu sent to him, while the Sword Sect was being besieged by the three sects, the Sword Sect had relied on its sect guarding grand formation to prevent the coalition of the three sects from subduing them. So, a stalemate had been formed, and this allowed Yang Yi to heave a slight sigh of relief. However, Yang Yi was extremely puzzled and bewildered right now. In the beginning, when he found out that the founding emperor had summoned the elite troops of the 9 states back to the capital, had thought that the founding emperor had done so to control the situation. After all, it was common knowledge that the vassals of many sects resided within the Grand Qin Empire. But now it seemed like the founding emperor hadn't gathered his forces for this, and if it wasn't for that, then why did the founding emperor summon all the elite troops back to the capital? Could it be that he intends to act against the 6 great sects? That's possible indeed. After all, while the Grand Qin Empire is an overlord in the southern territory that controls 9 states, countless cities, and can command the world, but the 6 great sects stand above the law and aren't within the scope of the Grand Qin Empire's control. Moreover, they seize resources, especially talented individuals, from the empire every single year. Especially the Origin School, Even the Grand Qin Empire is extremely fearful of it. So, doesn't the war between the four sects just happen to give the Grand Qin Empire a chance? But the three sects should be aware of this. Then why did they still act against the sword sect when they understood such a principle? What exactly do the Grand Qin Empire and all those sects intend to do? Yang Yi thought for a long time, yet was still unable to figure it out, so he just stopped thinking about it. Presently, the important matter at hand was to see the Beast Emperor, and then rush back to the Southern Territory. After all, two loved ones of his were still at the Southern Territory right now, and were waiting for him to rescue them. Immediately return to the Southern Territory and pay close attention to all the various powers. Use a transmission talisman to convey any important or urgent information. Yang Yi pondered for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. Right? Bring those fellows here to see me. Right when he entered the Grand Myriad Mountains, had received a transmission talisman from Qin Siya, and she said that a group of assassins had arrived at the Grand Myriad Mountain to obey his orders at any time. Yang Yi was rather surprised by this. He hadn't expected that Qin Siya would have actually fostered a group of assassins in such a short period, and besides feeling surprised, he felt even more anticipation. After all, those who were capable of traversing the boundless Grand Myriad Mountains to arrive here shouldn't be weaklings. In next to no time, Zhang Lu led around 100-plus profounders over to Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and Nanjing glanced at them before she shook her head, and then she walked off to the side before starting to meditate, because in her opinion, they were truly too weak. However, Yang Yi's eyes had lit up instead because there were over 30-plus Spirit Realm profounders amongst them, and all the rest were at the 7th rank to the 9th rank of the King Realm. Even though most of the Spirit Realm profounders were at the 1st rank and the strongest was at the 2nd rank, it was already very good in Yang Yi's opinion. After all, the time Qin Siya had was too short, so it was really very good that she was able to foster so many Spirit Realm and King Realm profounders. While Yang Yi sized them up, they were sizing him up as well. They were very curious and filled with anticipation towards this rumored pavilion master. However, they were disappointed when they saw Yang Yi, because Yang Yi was only at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm, and there were a few profounders amongst them who possessed such strength. "Which one of you is the leader?" asked Yang Yi. All of them looked at a man who stood at the front. He was around 20-plus in age, and he was one of the few at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm amongst them. The man met Yang Yi's gaze. His gaze had no respect, and there was even a trace of disdain in the depths of his eyes as he said, "It was Big Sister Anu, but she encountered something and had to come here later. So, it's me now." When he spoke up to hear, the man instantly said, "You are our pavilion master?" Zhang Liu's face turned cold when he heard the man's tone. However, he didn't attack because this group of people seemed to be related to the sword master, so he naturally didn't dare attack without the sword master's orders. Yang Yi frowned, and then he glanced at them and said, "All of you seem to have a problem with me?" Zhang Liu's eyelids twitched. Had been by Yang Yi's side for some time now, so he was quite familiar with Yang Yi's temper. Even though Yang Yi seemed to be calm and friendly on the surface, he knew that Yang Yi was furious. "We dare not." The man in the lead spoke indifferently. "I'm just slightly curious about Pavilion Master's strength." Zhang Shi would like to experience Pavilion Master's strength. He felt extreme admiration towards Qin Siya because she didn't just possess strength, she even had ability and wisdom. So, no one in the entire Assassin's Pavilion would have any objections if they were to acknowledge Qin Siya as the Pavilion Master. Yet now, they had to suddenly acknowledge someone they'd never met before as the Pavilion Master and listen to that person's commands. It wasn't just him. All the others behind him were discontent as well. It would be fine if their Pavilion Master was at the Exalt Realm or even the peak of the Spirit Realm, but it was actually a 2nd-rank Spirit Realm profounder. How could prideful existences like them be willing to submit before such a Pavilion Master? Yang Yi shook his head and said, "In the beginning, I was rather happy when I saw all of you. After all, your strengths are really not bad, but I'm very disappointed right now." He was truly disappointed because while their strengths weren't bad, Qin Siya had clearly not taught them well. "We're quite disappointed in Pavilion Master as well." Zhang Shi spoke coldly without any fear. In the Assassin's Pavilion, his strength was shocking, and his natural talent was merely inferior to Anu. Moreover, At least 30% of the members of the Assassin's Pavilion obeyed his command. So, he expected that even if he offended this so-called pavilion master, Qin Xie wouldn't punish him and would even try to rope him in. Yang Yi glanced at Zhang Shi before he said, "Ask Anu to see me right now. She doesn't have to come if she isn't here in 15 minutes. It was Anu who was leading the group this time, so he wanted to have a look at her attitude. If she were the same as this fellow, then all of them could just die. At that time, had given Qin Xie everything had accumulated in order to foster these fellows. Now, while they had been fostered into assassins, many of them were ungrateful bastards. So he was naturally extremely displeased. Zhang Shi laughed with ridicule, and he was just about to ridicule Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a figure flashed out from the distant forest, and it was extremely swift. It arrived in front of Yang Yi in less than a few breaths of time. Anu greets the pavilion master. Anu bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. She would naturally not act so ignorantly as Zhang Shi and the others had acted when facing Yang Yi. Even though she had no knowledge of Yang Yi's exact strength, she usually heard a word or two about him from Qin Xie. So, she knew that he definitely possessed extraordinary strength. But his cultivation is really quite low. You're their leader? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Yes. Yang Yi nodded, and then he told her about the attitudes Zhang Shi and the others had towards him just now. As they watched Yang Yi speak about them to Anu while standing right in front of them, Zhang Shi and some of the others behind him smiled coldly while their disdain towards Yang Yi grew deeper. So, how do you think they should be dealt with? Yang Yi gazed at the woman with an amused expression. The woman wasn't beautiful, but she was at the third rank of the spirit realm, and she was the strongest in terms of cultivation amongst them. So, Yang Yi intended to have a look at her attitude towards the matter. Anna's expression was slightly unsightly as she turned around to glance fiercely at Zhang Shi, but she felt quite helpless in her heart. Zhang Shi's strength and cultivation were only slightly inferior to her. Coupled with the fact that he was an independent assassin recruited by Qin Xie and had many followers in the Assassin's Pavilion, so she was really helpless against him. Unless Qin Xie gave the order to kill him. Anu pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Pavilion Master, Zhang Shi and the others deserve death for offending you. However, it was their first mistake and they hadn't committed it intentionally. Moreover, the pavilion sorely lacks experts, so I hope Pavilion Master can allow Zhang Shi to atone for his mistake with meritorious service. May I know what Pavilion Master thinks?" Zhang Shi instantly laughed coldly when he heard Anu. He knew that she would dare to do anything to him. However, he didn't speak out and provoke Yang Yi again. After all, he still had to give Anu face. So, he just glanced coldly at Yang Yi while disdain suffused the corners of his mouth. Chapter 432 Arrogance? No. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "They'll give all of you a chance. Those that are willing to follow me, stand over here. Those who are unwilling can just stand on the spot." Since Qin Xie hadn't taught them well, he intended to do it himself. Anna's expression changed. She was just about to speak, yet Yang Yi had suddenly glared at her. Anu was instantly horrified. For some unknown reason, coldness had instantly arisen in her heart from Yang Yi's glare, and it was like she'd suffer annihilation if she were to open her mouth. Anu didn't dare say a word. She merely hesitated for a moment before she stood resolutely by Yang Yi's side. When they saw Anu stand by Yang Yi's side, some of the others here hesitated for a moment before they came over as well. The reason many of them had stood by Yang Yi's side was merely because of Anu. After all, she had her own group in the Assassin's Pavilion. In next to no time, almost 100 of the 150-plus profounders here were by Yang Yi's side, and the 50-plus who remained were standing behind Zhang Shi. Obviously, they intended to follow Zhang Shi's lead. Zhang Shi's expression was extremely unsightly. Head thought that this so-called pavilion master would have used the opportunity Anu created to get out of the situation, but he hadn't imagined that the pavilion master would actually act in this way. It was clearly done against him. However, did he have any need to feel fearful? "There's no place for me here, but there's naturally somewhere else." Zhang Shi spoke coldly. "But it wouldn't be so easy to make me, Zhang Shi, return at that time. Don't blame me for not warning you." As he spoke, Zhang Shi intended to lead the others behind him and leave. However, Zhang Lu suddenly obstructed his path. Zhang Shi laughed coldly, and he turned around to look at Yang Yi as he said, "What? Could it be that Pavilion Master intends to kill us? Blades are unable to discern between friend or foe. Don't blame me, Zhang Shi, for not warning you if you suffer any mishaps later." "Are you threatening me?" Yang Yi was slightly amused. "I definitely have to punish that seductress. She actually recruited such an idiot as well. Does she have a screw loose? Threatening you?" Zhang Shi grunted coldly and said, "I dare now. I'm just reminding you not to bring ruin to yourself." In any case, they'd shed all pretenses, so he felt that he might as well go all the way. He didn't believe that this so-called Pavilion Master would dare attack him. Yang Yi glanced at the 50-plus profounders behind Zhang Shi and said, "I gave all of you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Kill them." Zhang Shi's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi because he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare attack. After all, he had over 10 Spirit Realm assassins on his side. On the other hand, the expressions on the faces of Anu and the others had changed slightly. They hadn't imagined that this Pavilion Master in front of them would actually intend to annihilate Zhang Shi's group. The members of both sides were stunned. No one knew if Anu and the others were acting intentionally or they were really stunned. But they hadn't chosen to attack when they heard Yang Yi's order. On the other hand, a wisp of a savage expression instantly appeared on Zhang Shi's face when he recovered from his shock, and then his figure flashed and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. At the same time, a dagger emanated a cold glow as it swept towards Yang Yi's chest. Capture the leader to defeat the army. Zhang Shi was extremely swift and had even seized the initiative, so had arrived in front of Yang Yi when Anu and the others recovered from their shock, and they weren't able to stop him in time even if they wanted to. A wisp of a cruel smile immediately suffused the corners of Zhang Shi's mouth as he gazed at Yang Yi, who stood on the spot without moving at all. What a fucking useless Pavilion Master. He has probably been stunned by my speed right now. Huh? Such a piece of trash is trying to be the Pavilion Master? I really wonder what got into Qin Siye's head. Right when Zhang Shi's dagger was about to come into contact with Yang Yi's chest, a strand of violet light had flashed, and then the smile on the corners of his mouth had frozen. The dagger had stopped in midair while his eyes had opened wide, and there was no complacency in his eyes, but only disbelief and shock, because a sword had suddenly pierced his chest, and it was Yang Yi's hand on its hilt. Right at this moment, over 30 black-clothed figures suddenly appeared here, while countless rays of cold light flashed. All the 50-plus profounders who were following Zhang Shi had fallen to the ground in less than 2 breaths of time, and blood covered the ground. Anu and the others were utterly stunned on the spot, as if they'd been petrified. Zhang Shi opened his mouth as if he intended to say something. However, Yang Yi didn't give him the chance and flicked his sword lightly, causing Zhang Shi's body to instantly explode apart. Yang Yi waved his right hand, causing a strong gust of wind to blow forward and blast the flesh and blood away. After he finished doing that, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Anu and the others as he said, "Why didn't you attack just now?" The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all, and it seemed like he would attack if their answer couldn't satisfy him. As soon as Yang Yi questioned them, Zhang Lu and the others gazed at Anus Group, and they locked onto their auras. So long as Anu and the others acted unusually in the slightest, then absolute destruction would be there to greet them. Anu and the others returned to their senses, and they were extremely astounded in their hearts. Moreover, cold sweat had gradually emerged from their foreheads while being stared at by Yang Yi and the others, and some comparatively weaker profounders amongst them had even started trembling. The strength Yang Yi and the others revealed just now was truly too terrifying. Over 50 profounders had been completely annihilated in just a few breaths of time, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. On the other hand, Yang Yi, their Pavilion Master, had actually instantly annihilated a second-rank Spirit Realm expert. My God, is this Pavilion Master an Exalt Realm expert? But it wasn't the time for them to feel shocked now. When they saw the horrifyingly cold gaze Yang Yi had, they knew that they'd infuriated this Pavilion Master of theirs, and with the decisiveness and ruthlessness he revealed, he might really make all of them leave their lives here. So, when they thought up to this point, cold sweat flowed from their bodies. They didn't dare hesitate to kneel immediately and speak in unison. "We made a mistake. Pavilion Master, please forgive us and allow us to make up for it with meritorious service. Just kill them." Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and said, "They lack both strength and loyalty. What else can fellows like these do besides waste your money? It's better to just kill all of them and foster those subordinates of yours with your full ability." The corners of their mouths twitched, and if it weren't because of Yang Yi, Anu and the others would even have the intent to kill Nanjing right now. Anu sneaked a glance at Yang Yi and noticed that Yang Yi's brows had knit together while he seemed to be tempted by the idea. "Shit," Anu instantly exclaimed in her heart, and then she hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, we're unlike Zhang Shi. He was recruited into the Assassin's Pavilion by Master, but we were personally fostered by Master. Pavilion Master has entirely no need to worry about our loyalty. We'll definitely pledge our eternal loyalty to Pavilion Master. I hope Pavilion Master can give us an opportunity to make up for our mistakes." Yang Yi phased silently at them for a long time. In the end, he didn't choose to kill them all. No matter what, they were personally fostered by Qin Siya, so it would disappoint Qin Siya if he were to kill them. Moreover, he really needed more forces right now, and these fellows were still quite useful to him. "Rise," said Yang Yi in an indifferent tone. Anu and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief, because no matter what, their lives were safe now. Anu snuck a peek at Zhang Lu and the others while she thought in his heart, "That's the mysterious force by the Pavilion Master's side, and they're actually so formidable. But why do these assassins seem like members of the League of Doom?" While Anu was puzzled in her heart, a set of black armor suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time that she was stunned by this, she heard Yang Yi's voice. "This set of armor is called the Spectre Set. It's made up of a total of 8 pieces, and every single one is a low-grade heaven-rank treasure. I want to elaborate on their effects and benefits. You can experience it for yourself." Yang Yi was still quite satisfied by her display. Moreover, her strength wasn't bad, and she actually addressed Qin Siya as master. So, she was definitely a trusted subordinate of Qin Siya's. Since it was like that, he would naturally not be stingy to her. The others behind Anu gazed at her with eyes filled with envy when they heard Yang Yi. Low-grade heaven-rank treasures, and 8 of them. Moreover, it was even a set. At the same time they felt envious, they were even more shocked because the Pavilion Master was actually so generous and had casually bestowed a set of heaven-rank treasures. When they thought up to here, all of them started to feel regretful. They regretted failing to put on a good display in front of Yang Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have no choice but to just watch helplessly right now. After he recovered from her shock, Anu hurriedly received the Spectre Set, and then she knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Yi and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master, for this bestowal." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Stand up and speak. I have a few questions for you." Anu hurriedly stood up while her expression was even more respectful than before. "Is everyone from the Assassin's Pavilion here?" asked Yang Yi. "No," Anu said. "The Assassin's Pavilion has a total of 207 members, and over 50 of them are profounders that Master recruited from the outside. The remaining profounders in the pavilion are our own. Pavilion Master killed 54 earlier. In other words, practically all the profounders who were recruited from the outside have been annihilated. All the remaining members are those that were personally selected and fostered by Master." Yang Yi continued, 50 more aren't here. They are part of the intelligence cell, and they specialize in gathering information and not assassination," said Anu. "So that's why." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Send someone back to the Southern Territory. Order the intelligence cell to gather everything related to the Flower Palace, including how many experts they have and the topography within the Flower Palace. In short, gather all information related to the Flower Palace and bring it to me. Besides that, ask Xie to investigate the true intentions of the Grand Qin Empire, the Origin School, the Flower Palace, and the other sects." The incidents in the Southern Territory were slightly strange, so he had to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, If he were to enter the southern territory rashly, then it would probably destruction that awaited him. Even though his target was only the Flower Palace, he knew that the matter was far from being that simple. Because how could the Origin School and Ghost Sect possibly stand by idly if he were to attack the Flower Palace? In other words, he might not be facing just the Flower Palace this time, and he would have to face the forces of the Origin School and Ghost Sect as well. So, he had to make sufficient preparations. Yes, Anu replied, and then she sent a spirit realm expert back to the Southern Territory. Right at this moment, the space in front of Yang Yi warped. Right when the expressions of everyone changed violently, a robust middle-aged man had appeared in front of Yang Yi. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi before he nodded lightly and said, "The second rank of the spirit realm? 7th level sword intent. A physical body that isn't weaker to a spirit rank dark beast. A few mysterious precious treasures as well. Not bad. Looks like you gained a lot during your trip to the ancient battlefield." It was none other than the Beast Emperor. Chapter 433, His True Support. The Imperial Palace of the Dark Beast Empire. There were only 2 people in the hall within the Imperial Palace. One was Yang Yi, and the other was the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor spoke slowly. "If you want to save your mother, then you have to go against the Flower Palace. After all, it's absolutely impossible for the Flower Palace to compromise right now. Even though your natural endowment is extraordinary and your natural talent in the Sword Dao is superb, in the end, you are merely a spirit realm profounder that can be annihilated with a flick of the finger to them. In other words, you can only rescue your mother by force." Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he took a light breath while a cold glow flashed in his eyes. He said, "Then I'll rescue her by force." He was willing to make compromise with the Flower Palace if it meant he could rescue his mother. Unfortunately, they still didn't take him seriously, so trying to accomplish that was like asking for insult. Since it was like that, then he felt it was better to just annihilate the entire Flower Palace. The Beast Emperor shook his head and smiled. "Kid, it's easy for you to say, even though I agreed to lend you a hand, but that's just me and not the entire Dark Beast Empire. After all, even though I'm the Emperor of the Dark Beast Empire, many things can't be decided by just my will alone, especially when dealing with the powers of the Southern Territory, because the slightest mistake would make a complete war erupt between the humans and dark beasts." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I understand your worries, Beast Emperor, but what if I provide something that the Dark Beast Empire needs? So long as the benefits are sufficient, then I believe that no one within your empire will object, right?" "Oh." A trace of interest arose in the Beast Emperor's eyes as he said, "Please do tell. I can change the limits of a dark beast's natural endowment and bloodline." Yang Yi looked the Beast Emperor in the eye and spoke in a low voice. This was his true trump card. Or it should be said that the Dark Beast Empire was his true trump card. If he wanted to gain the Dark Beast Empire's support, then he had to provide them with something the entire Dark Beast Empire was unable to refuse, and it just so happened that he had something like that. Sure enough, the smile on the Beast Emperor's face froze when he heard Yang Yi. His eyes narrowed while he slowly clenched his right hand, and he stared at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "Is that really true?" If it was anyone else had spoken these words, he would have smacked that person to death on the spot. Why? Because it was like a dream. It wasn't impossible to change one's natural endowment. So long as one possessed certain precious treasures or was willing to pay a certain price, then slightly improving mediocre natural endowment was still possible. However, it was impossible to improve one's bloodline. The bloodline was something that one was born with, and it wasn't something that any external forces or treasures could change. Unless one broke through into the Saint Realm and utilized the energy of the heavens and the earth to alter one's own marrow and bloodline. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to improve the bloodline via external forces. The bloodline was of utmost importance to dark beasts, because the strength of their bloodlines directly affected their future accomplishments. Just like how some dark beasts could only remain at the king rank or spirit rank for their entire lifetimes. This was the effect of the restrictions of their bloodlines. On the other hand, some dark beasts were at the king rank or spirit rank at birth. This was the importance of their bloodline, and it was especially so for dark beasts. Yet now, Yang Yi had said that he could allow dark beasts to overcome the restrictions of their bloodlines. If it was any other person who had spoken these words to the Beast Emperor, then that person would be dead right now, but it was different because Yang Yi was the one who had spoken these words, so it merely made the Beast Emperor reveal a solemn expression. Of course, he had excitement and happiness on his face as well, because he felt that if someone in this world could really accomplish that, then besides the Saint Realm experts of legend, Yang Yi was the only one, because he felt that the precious treasure of legend might be in Yang Yi's possession. Beast Emperor, do you think that I would play such a joke? Said Yang Yi. When he saw the Beast Emperor's expression, he knew that he had a chance to secure the assistance of this colossus, the Dark Beast Empire. So long as he obtained the Dark Beast Empire's assistance, then he would be even more confident in his ability to go against the Flower Palace. The Beast Emperor pondered deeply for a long time before he said, "This is a matter that has great implications, so I must witness it in person. Otherwise, I dare not agree. It isn't just me, even those old geezers in the clan wouldn't agree." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Then it'll trouble Beast Emperor to bring gray and silver here." "Right, they are in the Grand Myriad Mountains right now." 15 minutes later, over 10 old men had appeared within the hall. Of course, there were also gray and silver that were much larger than before. Yang Yi immediately nodded with satisfaction when he saw them, because these two fellows were actually at the spirit rank. As soon as they saw Yang Yi, they instantly shrunk their figures and rose over to Yang Yi's side, and then they rubbed their heads incessantly against Yang Yi. Obviously, they really missed Yang Yi as well. The gazes of the Beast Emperor and the old men had been constantly locked onto gray and silver, and it was like they wanted to devour these two wolves. A short while later, one of the old men took a deep breath and said, "They have actually really attained the spirit rank. These two fellows are merely ordinary wolves of lowly bloodlines. Even if they could attain the spirit realm, it would take over 100 years at least, and it would only be possible if they obtained an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. But how long has it been now? Moreover, I'm able to sense that their bloodlines seem to have mutated. No, it isn't just their blood. Even their marrow and meridians have mutated. In short, their future accomplishments are limitless." Another old man said, "Indeed, the current natural endowment and bloodlines possessed by these two little fellows aren't inferior to those cubs from the Skyhowl Demon Wolf clan. I never expected that there really is a method to alter natural endowment and bloodline in this world." Meanwhile, the old man and the other old men beside him gazed at Yang Yi. All of their gazes glowed brilliantly as if they were perverts that had laid eyes upon a beauty, and it caused Yang Yi to feel a chill run down his spine. "Kid, how many dark beasts can you alter at a single time?" asked one of the elders of the Dark Beast Empire. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "I can do 10 at most in a month." Actually, he could do it without any limit, and all he had to do was place them in the space within the tiny vortex. However, he wasn't stupid, and it was always best to keep some tricks up his sleeve. 10 a month? The old man frowned and was clearly quite displeased by this answer. "Actually, it's a really huge amount." Another elder said, "It amounts to 120 in a year. 120 geniuses in year, and it would be 1,200 in 10 years. If that continues, then a huge number of extraordinary experts would appear within our Dark Beast Empire within 100 years of time. At that time, wouldn't it be extremely easy for us to enter the demon territory?" The others nodded in agreement when they heard this elder. 100 years was only an instant to them. However, Yang Yi's conditions was truly quite difficult. The Beast Emperor suddenly said, "Truthfully speaking, you've succeeded in moving us. However, acting against the Flower Palace is no trivial matter, and the slightest mistake will probably bring a calamity to my Dark Beast Empire. So, allow us to think about it." Even though the human sects were scheming and fighting against each other, and they even had a bad relationship with the Grand Qin Empire, but if the members of their Dark Beast Empire dared to enter the human world, then those various sects and the Grand Qin Empire would definitely unite against them. The Dark Beast Empire was extremely strong indeed, but it was still unable to refuse the entire human race in the Southern Territory. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry about that at all, senior. Because I only need the high-level forces of the Dark Beast Empire. In other words, I need experts at the Spirit Realm and Exalt Realm. Moreover, we're only acting against the Flower Palace and not the Grand Qin Empire. I believe that the Grand Qin Empire would even be happy to see that happen." The Beast Emperor thought for a moment, and then he smiled as he said, "Indeed. The founding emperor burns with ambition, and he has had the intent to annihilate those 6 extraordinary sects of the Southern Territory for a very long time. If my Dark Beast Empire were to interfere in the battle between the sects in the Southern Territory, then the Sword Sect and Flower Palace would definitely be heavily injured even if they are able to avoid annihilation. That's undoubtedly a good thing to the Grand Qin Empire." "So, Beast Emperor, you agree?" Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, while his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. The Beast Emperor smiled and said, "My Dark Beast Emperor will dispatch 30 Exalt-rank Dark Beasts, 100 Spirit-rank Dark Beasts, and me. Are you satisfied?" The worry in Yang Yi's heart instantly eased up when he heard this, and he said, "Of course I am." The Beast Emperor nodded, and then he gazed at the other old men and said, "Do the elders have any objections?" One of the old men frowned as he pondered deeply, and then he said, "This matter carries great implications. We should give it more consideration. After all, a single mistake could cause our Dark Beast Emperor to suffer a heavy injury." "Elder Emo, those words are mistaken." A white-haired old man by the previous old man's side said, "There is no gain without pain. If we're able to create a group of extraordinary experts within our Dark Beast Empire within the next 100 years, then so what if we suffer a certain amount of losses or even cause the entire empire to suffer a heavy injury?" When he spoke up to hear, the white-haired old man gazed at the Beast Emperor and said, "I'm in favor of the Beast Emperor's decision." Yang Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the old man, and he had a very good impression of the old man. He immediately walked over to the white-haired old man, and then he bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Senior. Right. May I know if Senior's clan has any disciples with good natural talents?" The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, and then he understood Yang Yi. He immediately beamed with joy and said, "I do, of course I do. Haha, you're one awesome kid." The others quickly recovered from their shock when they witnessed this scene. "I'm agree with the Beast Emperor's decision." "I agree. Agree." At this moment, they finally understood that they couldn't offend this human kid, because he could change the bloodline of the little fellows in their clans. When they figured this out, all of them started sending friendly signals to Yang Yi, and even that old man, Elder Emo, who was opposed to the decision earlier, had a flattering smile on his face and acted as if he was good friends with Yang Yi. The smile on the Beast Emperor's face grew even more brilliant when he witnessed this scene. The closer the relationship between the Dark Beast Empire and Yang Yi was, the happier he was. Even if Yang Yi didn't possess that precious treasure, with the natural talent and potential Yang Yi possessed, Yang Yi would definitely become an extraordinary expert in the future. Having an extraordinary human expert as a friend was a fortune to the Dark Beast Emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi had an extraordinarily close relationship with the mysterious spatial mink, so if his Dark Beast Empire were to move to the demon territory in the future, then they would probably have to rely on that spatial mink. In short, it was right to form a good relationship with Yang Yi. What fools! Those humans actually made a person who's so richly endowed by nature and possesses such extraordinary natural talent into their sworn enemy. Especially the Sword Sect, it actually abandoned Yang Yi. How laughable. But that's good as well. It's a loss for the humans, but it's fortune for my Dark Beast Empire. Chapter 434 Merge. Yang Yi didn't return immediately to the Southern Territory upon obtaining the Dark Beast Empire's assistance, and he started concentrating on cultivation combat techniques instead. The reason he hadn't rushed back immediately was that the actions of the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 great powers of the Southern Territory were truly too strange. According to his evaluation, it wouldn't be too long before war would definitely erupt between these two parties. Yang Yi's plan was to seize the opportunity created by when the Flower Palace, Origin School, and the other sects were at war with the Grand Qin Empire to return to the Southern Territory. It was best if it was possible for him to destroy the Flower Palace, and even if he couldn't, he still wanted to strike a heavy blow to it. At this moment, he had the ability to go against the Flower Palace, and all he lacked was an opportunity. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the cultivation room that the Beast Emperor had arranged for him, and Dragonbone floated silently in front of him. Besides Dragonbone, there were also the Nether Ghost Flame, Ninth Hell Cold Gale, and Violet Cloud Lightning. There was no need to question the might of the three natural treasures, but Yang Yi was unable to utilize their might to its greatest potential, and it had always been something that he felt quite depressed about. If he wanted to bring forth their full might, then he had to fully familiarize himself with them like the sword spirit of the ancient sheath had told him earlier, and it was best if he could form a mental link with them. He could control the three of them now, but he was unable to form a mental link with them, and it was the exact reason why he was unable to fully utilize the might of these three natural treasures. Even though he couldn't form a mental link with them right now, he was on the verge of it. After all, they'd been nourished and nurtured within his tiny vortex all day and night, so a link more or less existed between him and the three natural treasures. Just like this very moment, he faintly sensed that the Nether Ghost Flame seemed to be very annoyed by the Violet Cloud Lightning, and if he wasn't suppressing it, then the Nether Ghost Flame would have probably started fighting with the Violet Cloud Lightning. That was also the thing that Yang Yi felt the most depressed about, because the Nether Ghost Flame could merge together with the Ninth Hell Cold Gale, but it couldn't merge with the Violet Cloud Lightning. So long as the Violet Cloud Lightning was added in, then the Nether Ghost Flame would immediately resist it, and this made Yang Yi feel very helpless. Otherwise, how formidable would their combined strength be if they were to merge together? He would probably be able to kill an Exalt Realm expert even without utilizing the sword domain. It was very difficult to merge the three natural treasures together, but Yang Yi didn't choose to give up. He was determined to merge them together and create a new technique. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then he activated the sword domain because he only dared to play fearlessly with the three natural treasures while within his sword domain. If he were outside of it, then even he would probably die if they went berserk. The incident where he was heavily injured by the Nether Ghost Flame that was attached to the sword formation was still fresh within his memories. He was like a sovereign within his sword domain, and even the three natural treasures wouldn't be able to harm him at all if they were to explode in front of him. The three natural treasures started to get closer to each other under Yang Yi's control. However, the Nether Ghost Flame and Violet Cloud Lightning had exploded apart as soon as they came into contact. The sword domain was instantly filled with an expanse of lightning and flames. Moreover, the Ninth Hell Cold Gale seemed to have been provoked as well, and it transformed into countless tiny tornadoes that appeared within the sword domain as well. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he gazed at this scene. Fortunately, I utilized the sword domain, otherwise, just this alone would probably be horrible even if I have the Mortal Emperor armor and my physical defense to protect me. He was aware that the three natural treasures rejected each other, so he wasn't dispirited at all. He started to gradually split them up, and then he started to slowly make them merge again. The Imperial Palace of the Grand Qin Empire. At this moment, 23 middle-aged men were standing within the hall, and it was the founding ancestor who stood at the front of the hall. Every single one of the 23 middle-aged men were at the Exalt Realm, and 9 of them were actually the 9 renowned marquises of the Grand Qin Empire. The 9 marquises controlled the 9 states and 1,000,000 troops. Besides that, every single one of them was an Exalt Realm expert. The weakest amongst them was at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, while the stronger was at the peak of the Exalt Realm. On the other hand, the remaining 14 were figures who wielded great authority in the empire, like Li Si and Bai Qi. Even though they didn't command 1,000,000 strong like the 9 marquises, they commanded the most elite forces of the empire. For example, Bai Qi managed the Bloodbath Camp. Even though the Bloodbath Camp only possessed a few tens of thousands of members, the weakest amongst them was at the King Realm, while there were countless Spirit Realm experts amongst them. In short, the existences standing within the hall were those that wielded the most power in the Grand Qin Empire. Li Si, what do you think of the Origin School and the other sects trying to annihilate the Sword Sect? The founding emperor's gaze descended onto Li Si as he spoke indifferently. Li Si pondered deeply for a moment before he said, I think that there's some sort of plot behind all of this. The Origin School and the others aren't idiots, yet they still dared to continue attacking the Sword Sect even when our Grand Sheen Empire summoned all its elite forces back. I presume that they are unafraid and have something to rely on. It's even to the extent that I think that they are intentionally baiting us to attack them. But I'm puzzled. Why would they act in that way? Could it be that they intend to destroy our Grand Sheen Empire this time? Them? Bai Qi grunted coldly and said, "Our empire possesses 1 billion troops. There are no less than 1 million King Realm Profounders, a few tens of thousands of Spirit Realm Profounders, and over 100 Exalt Realm experts amongst these troops. Moreover, we have our Emperor presiding over all of these forces. What would we have to fear even if the 6 sects were to join forces? We would still crush them." Li Si shook his head and said, "Those sects can't be underestimated, especially the Origin School. It has existed for over 10,000 years, and it possesses enormous resources and reserves. Moreover, their forces have infiltrated our empire as well. Numerous clans within our empire have sided with them. So if we really were to enter into war, then a rebellion would definitely arise within our empire itself. Isn't that for the best? We'll annihilate all of them at once," said Bai Qi in a cold voice. Li Si shook his head again and said, "Brother Bai, your thoughts on it are too simple. After all, the connections of these clans are intertwined throughout our empire, and they possess numerous vassals. If we were to really enter into war with the Origin School and the other sects, then it's very likely that we'll have enemies from both our front and rear, and the slightest mistake would cause our empire to split apart." Bai Qi fell silent. He wasn't an idiot, and he just thought a little about it before he understood everything Li Si said. If they were to act against the 6 sects, then it was equivalent to acting against all the clans that were related to the 6 sects, and some of the disciples of these clans would definitely be holding positions in the empire. In short, once they acted against the sect, then a huge amount of problems would appear. All of them in the hall gazed at the founding emperor. They couldn't decide if the empire should attack the 6 sects, and only the founding emperor could make that decision. Li Si is right. Annihilating the Sword Sect isn't the true reason for their attack, and their true objective is to bait our empire to attack them. The founding emperor said, "Even though I don't know where they got the confidence to do that, it just happens to conform to my intentions. The 6 sects are a form of latent trouble in the end, so it's best to eliminate them. Only by eliminating the 6 sects would the Southern Territory truly belong to my Grand Sheen Empire. Only then would my Grand Sheen Empire have the opportunity to advance into the Central Territory." When he spoke up to hear, the founding emperor paused for a moment and smiled. "The reason the Origin School and the other sects intend to annihilate my Grand Sheen Empire is exactly the same. Only by bringing the resources of the entire Southern Territory together and taking control of all its geniuses would they possess the qualifications to go against the sects of the Central Territory. Otherwise, regardless of whether it's our empire or the 6 sects, we'll probably be unable to survive even if we pay the required price to enter the Central Territory. May I ask if we'll be waiting for them to annihilate the Sword Sect before we act, or shall take them by surprise and attack right now?" asked Li Si in a low voice. Since the founding emperor had decided, then his job wasn't to advise the founding ancestor against it, and it was to plan the attack. "Well, wait for them to annihilate the Sword Sect." The founding ancestor grinned and said, "Even though the Sword Sect has fallen to decline and that fellow, Taoist Zue, overestimated his strength and perished while trying to overcome the Heaven Path, the Sword Sect still possesses the sect-guarding grand formation that was set up by the Unfettered One himself. Supposedly, the Unfettered One placed a wisp of his soul into the grand formation. Haha, even if it's only a wisp of his soul, the soul of a Saint Realm expert can probably threaten the lives of 5th-rank Monarch Realm experts. I really look forward to that." 3 days later, in the cultivation room in the Dark Beast Empire. At this moment, Yang Ye's countenance was pale while sweat trickled down his entire body. The 3 natural treasures were intertwined together within the sword domain, and they were merely intertwined together yet hadn't truly merged together. Their elements and nature were completely different, so they would definitely reject each other, and it was already very difficult for him to succeed at making them intertwine together. With the current ability he possessed, it was still impossible for him to make them merge completely together in a short period of time. The three natural treasures were intertwined together and gradually took the form of a sword under Yang Ye's control. The tip of the sword was formed from the violet cloud lightning, the blade was formed from the nether ghost flame instead, and the hilt was formed from the ninth hell cold gale. A crazy expression flickered within Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at the sword before him, which was formed from the three natural treasures. This was something Head created from a moment of inspiration, and Head merely just thought of giving it a try. However, he hadn't expected that he would actually succeed. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword in his hand, and then the profound energy within his body surged into it. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to realize that they actually didn't reject his violet profound energy, and they allowed it to envelop them. The three natural treasures had merely joined together earlier, and they hadn't merged together. Yet now, the three natural treasures could be considered to have merged together to a certain extent when his violet profound energy enveloped them. Of course, the strength they possessed after they'd merged together was the most important, and it was completely useless if its strength was insufficient. Yang Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He attached his slaughter sword intent to the sword in his hand, and then a red glow arose around it. The violent energy contained within the sword caused Yang Ye's heart to thump quickly. Go! Yang Yi flicked with his wrist as he shouted. The sword formed from the three natural treasures transformed into a ray of light that shot forward violently, and it was extremely swift to the point even Yang Yi wasn't able to see it earlier as it directly pierced through the wall of the cultivation room that resided 300 m in front of him. Yang Yi hadn't noticed that a trace of a spatial rift had appeared everywhere the sword passed, and he just hadn't noticed it because the sword was too swift while the laws of the heavens and the earth had repaired the rifts right after the sword passed. The might of this attack was already capable of slashing through space. In other words, this strike was comparable to a high-grade heaven-rank combat technique. A few breaths of time after the sword had transformed into a ray of light and pierced through the wall, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he cursed in his heart. However, it was too late. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded and rumbled within the Dark Beast Empire. Countless experts of the Dark Beast Empire were astounded and flashed towards the Imperial Palace because Yang Ye's cultivation room was within the Imperial Palace. Chapter 4:35 Sword of Elements. The cultivation room was situated within the Imperial Palace of the Dark Beast Empire, and it was here the members of the Imperial family cultivated. The cultivation rooms occupied a huge area, and just a single one was over 3 kilometers wide. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that an area of 3 kilometers in all directions with Yang Ye's cultivation room at the center had been transformed into ruins. Countless strands of flames, lightning, and cold gales raged through the surroundings and ceaselessly damaged it. It simply seemed like the end of the world had arrived. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched incessantly when he witnessed this scene. Of course, he felt even more delighted and excited in his heart because its might was too terrifying. If he had this technique that day, then he probably wouldn't have to utilize the sword domain to annihilate that Exalt Realm expert from the Flower Palace. However, there was a slight flaw, and it was that it truly consumed a huge amount of profound energy. Just that attack from before had instantly exhausted all the profound energy within his body, and if his profound energy wasn't much more abundant than an ordinary spirit realm expert, then just that attack from before would have exhausted him to death. Even though it exhausted an enormous amount of profound energy, the exhaustion was worth it. But what should I call this sword that's formed from natural treasures? Yang Yi was quite troubled by this as had never been skilled at naming things. But the technique couldn't be without a name. It wasn't long before Yang Yi thought of one. Since it's formed from the 3 natural treasures, then he'll call it the Sword of Elements. The Sword of Elements. Haha, not bad. He'll call it the Sword of Elements. Yang Yi was quite satisfied with this name. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't think of a better name. It wasn't long before the Beast Emperor and the others arrived here. Yang Yi had kept the 3 natural treasures within the tiny vortex before the Beast Emperor and the others arrived. As he gazed at their unsightly expressions, Yang Yi knew that he was at fault, so he immediately smiled with embarrassment and said, I was trying out a combat technique and failed to control it for a moment, and then this happened. Haha. The corners of the mouths of those elders by the Beast Emperor's side twitched. Does this kid think that we're idiots? Trying out a combat technique? What combat technique would possess such might? It actually obliterated everything in an area of 3 kilometers. Could it be a high-grade heaven rank technique? Even if it were, how could this kid be able to bring forth its might with the cultivation he possesses right now? Even though Yang Ye's status was lofty and these members of the Dark Beast Empire wouldn't offend him for such a trivial matter, it was the imperial palace of the Dark Beast Empire in the end. Yang Yi had really gone a bit too far by causing such a huge commotion here. One of the elders was just about to say something when Yang Yi withdrew the roots of a spirit herb, and he said, I know I'm at fault and caused trouble for the Dark Beast Empire, so I'm sorry. They'll take responsibility for the losses suffered here. Please these roots of a beast limit herb as the compensation. May I know if seniors are satisfied? He would naturally not compensate them with an actual beast limit herb, even though he had a huge amount of them, but a single beast limit herb was sufficient in value to create a few dozen cultivation rooms like this one. When that elder who was just about to say something saw these roots, he immediately swallowed back the words he was about to berate Yang Yi with, and then he gestured with his right hand, causing the roots to instantly fall into his grasp. He sized it up carefully for a while before he said with excitement, It really is the roots of a beast limit herb. It really is one. When he spoke up to this point, the elder suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Kid, do you have more of this thing? Yang Yi shrugged and said, I don't. All of them were eaten by the little fellow. Only these roots remain because the little fellow discarded as they didn't taste nice. At this moment, he naturally had to make the little fellow take the blame. After all, he could just let the little fellow eat a few for real once she woke up. Who's the little fellow? The elder roared furiously, and he was extremely agitated. Eating it like that is truly a waste of God's given gifts. If it was combined with other spirit herbs, then a single beast limit herb could be refined into at least 10 medicinal pills. These 10 medicinal pills had the chance of allowing 10 dark beasts below the Exalt realm to directly advance in their cultivations. Yet now, it had been eaten by a fellow called the Little Fellow, and that little fellow had even said that it didn't taste nice. At this moment, all the elders were filled with righteous indignation, and they wished for nothing more than to capture that little fellow and give that little fellow a good beating. Only the Beast Emperor's eyelids twitched when he heard Yang Yi mention the little fellow because he naturally knew who the little fellow was, and that little fellow might really think nothing of the beast limit herb. The elders still intended to continue, but the Beast Emperor waved his hand and said, Let's leave this matter at that. If you intend to cultivate in the future, then just choose one of the uninhabited mountains. Of course, if you have more roots of the beast limit herb, then you can continue cultivating in the Imperial Palace, and you can do as you please so long as you don't blast my Imperial residence apart. Of course, the precondition is that you have that many roots of the beast limit herb. Right. Kid, you can blast things up at will if you're able to provide the roots of beast limit herbs. You can blast apart any part of the Imperial Palace. No, you can blast apart any part of the Dark Beast Empire, and it'll deal with everything for you. It was the old man who took the roots of the beast limit herb from Yang Yi that spoke these words. He was the enforcement elder of the Dark Beast Emperor, and his status was merely inferior to the Beast Emperor. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something instead. He hadn't expected that the Dark Beast Empire was actually that poor to the point even the roots of a beast limit herb made them feel so excited. If they knew that he had at least a few hundred beast limit herbs, and he could even utilize the tiny vortex to grow more, then these fellows would probably disregard everything and rob him. He understood that a man's wealth would cause his ruin by arousing the green in others. After the Beast Emperor and the others left, only one person had stayed back, and it was a Nanjing. That combat technique from just now was very formidable, and Nanjing's eyes flickered with a glow of excitement as she spoke, and she seemed to desire a fight with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to speak when a wave of fluctuation arose from the space in front of him, and then a piece of information entered his mind. This transmission talisman contained the information related to the Southern Territory, and it had been sent over by Zhang Lu. A short while later, Yang Yi's brows gradually knit together, and Nanjing asked, Has something happened? The sword sect will probably be unable to persist any longer. I'm heading back to the sword sect. His voice carried a firm tone as he spoke these words. He didn't care about the sword sect's fate, but he had to save Su Qingshi no matter what, and he wouldn't hesitate to do so even if he had to expose the white dragon in advance. She asked, "Should I come with you?" Yang Yi shook his head because he intended to go alone this time. His main objective was to rescue Su Qingshi and not the sword sect, and he had a good chance of accomplishing that while relying on the white dragon to conceal himself. After all, the target of the Origin School and Flower Palace was the sword sect and not Su Qingshi. And Nanjing nodded when she saw him shake his head, and Nanjing said, "Come back alive. I hope to experience that combat technique of yours from just now." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, and then he shook his head and smiled. She really is infatuated with battle and the martial Tao. Yang Yi didn't notify anyone that he was returning to the Southern Territory. It took Yang Yi less than 4 hours of time to arrive at the sword sect while relying on the sword control technique that was enhanced by the 9th Hell Cold Gale. Of course, doing that exhausted a huge amount of his profound energy. However, would Yang Yi, who possessed extreme-grade energy stones, be worried about exhausting his profound energy? A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through his eyes when he saw the state that the sword sect was in. At this moment, besides Sky Peak, all the other 36 main peaks and the countless minor peaks had been transformed into level ground, while the corpses of disciples from the sword sect could be seen everywhere. The scene here was quite gloomy and bleak. Who could have imagined that one of the 6 great powers and the sacred grounds of cultivation for sword cultivators in the Southern Territory would have actually suffered such a fate? In the past, this place was where he, Yang Yi, cultivated as well. Even though he had few good memories here, had once taken this place to be his second home. Unfortunately, Yang Yi shook his head, got a set of the sword sect's uniform and wore it before he flashed towards Sky Peak. All along the way, Yang Yi didn't get entangled with the disciples from the 3 sects, and he raised his speed to its limits, so he quickly arrived at Sky Peak. At this moment, Sky Peak was covered in a mess, and all the other halls besides Sky Hall had been captured. At this moment, only less than 10,000 of the tens of thousands of disciples from the sword sect were standing outside Sky Hall, while the rest of the disciples had been annihilated. If they weren't relying on the sect guarding Grand Formation on Sky Peak, then the sword sect would have probably been complete massacred. Before long, Yang Yi found Su Qingshi amongst a group of disciples from the sword sect. She was still wearing a white dress, and she was still so cold, gorgeous, and otherworldly. The latter seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Yang Yi. Su Qingshi was stunned when she saw Yang Yi, and the sword in her hand almost dropped to the ground. Yang Yi grinned at her and was just about to walk over. Right at this moment, an explosion that sounded like a thunderclap resounded in the sky. Su Muja, would there be any need for it to come to this if all of you'd surrendered earlier? Yuan Tian stood proudly outside the Grand Formation as he gazed at the members of the sword sect, and he spoke indifferently. This Grand Formation isn't bad, but how long can all of you persist for? Once the Grand Formation is destroyed, your sect will probably be wiped off from the world. Su Muja, I'll give you one last chance. You can maintain a trace of the sword sect's inheritance if you surrender. If you refuse to surrender, then the sword sect will cease to exist on Profounder Continent. Surrender? Su Muja roared with laughter while his expression was slightly savage. He said, Yuan Tian, surrendering would probably be the moment my sword sect is truly destroyed, right? With the disposition you and Ghost King possess, would you even allow my sword sect to maintain its inheritance? Moreover, isn't it better for the disciples of my sword sect to just die than become your slaves? But my sword sect will make all of you pay with your blood before that happens. How stubborn! Yuan Tian grunted coldly. If it weren't for a certain reason, he would have destroyed the sword sect's Grand Formation a long time ago. How could he have possibly allowed them to persist until now? Hee. Yuan Tian, you should give up on making them surrender. Ghost King laughed coldly. Not to mention that they want surrender. Would their surrender bring any benefits to us? Obtaining sword cultivators that haven't comprehended sword intent are just a waste of resources. and we would even have to take precautions against them at all times. It's truly not worth it. All right, we've wasted enough time now, so let's join forces and destroy this formation. All right? Yuan Tian thought for a moment before he said, "All right." As soon as he spoke, the two of them took a step forward. Yuan Tian flipped his palm before casually pressing it downward, and then a palm that was over 1 kilometer in length instantly appeared in midair and smashed down onto the golden energy barrier around Sky Peak. In an instant, the entire peak trembled violently while countless cracks started to appear on the golden energy barrier. Right at this moment, a red sphere of blood that was slightly inferior to the enormous palm arrived right after the palm, and it blasted onto the energy barrier, which was covered in cracks. Bang! The entire sect guarding Grand Formation rumbled as it exploded into pieces. Yuan Tian and the others were delighted while sorrow arose in the hearts of members of the Sword Sect. But right at this moment, those pieces of the destroyed energy barrier had suddenly started to converge swiftly in midair, and it wasn't long before a slightly ethereal figure of an old man with a sword on his back appeared there. It's the soul of the founding ancestor. An expression of wild joy surged onto Su Muz's face when he witnessed this scene, and he spoke with excitement. On the other hand, the expressions of Yuan Tian and the others changed and became extremely heavy. They hadn't imagined that a wisp of the Sword Sect's founding ancestor's soul was actually within the sect guarding Grand Formation. Chapter 436, The Unfettered One. The Sword Sect's founding ancestor? Yang Yi was slightly dazed as he gazed at the ethereal old man in midair, who carried a sword on his back. Yang Yi had heard too many legends about this strongest expert in the entire Southern Territory and even the entire continent 10,000 years ago, and he hadn't expected that he would lay eyes on the Unfettered One himself, even though it was only a wisp of the Unfettered One's soul. The first impression he had of the old man was domineeringness, unparalleled domineeringness. Even though the old man's figure was ethereal, he seemed like a mountain range as he stood there, and his entire body emanated a faint, imposing aura that was suffocating. After the old man appeared here, there was a short moment of confusion in his eyes, but it wasn't long before his gaze cleared up. His gaze moved downward and swept through everyone outside Sky Hall before he shook his head and said, "I'd expected that the Sword Sect would fall into decline 10,000 years later, but I never expected it would be to such an extent." Su Muzha felt a wave of shame, and he was just about to speak when Yuan Tian suddenly spoke coldly. "You're the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect?" The old man glanced at Yuan Tian before he said, "A mere ant at the 5th rank of the monarch realm is actually on the verge of destroying my Sword Sect. How pitiful." Su Muzha felt even more ashamed when he heard this. "An ant?" Yuan Tian spoke with a ferocious expression. "Unfettered One, I admit that we would definitely not be a match for you if your main body was here. But you're just a wisp of soul right now. No matter how strong you are, how strong can a soul without a physical host be?" "Exactly." Meanwhile, Ghost King spoke in a cold voice. "Unfettered One, legends say that you were extremely domineering all those years ago and never wasted your breath on anyone. Presently, we intend to destroy your Sword Sect, so based on your past temper, you should have just raised your sword and struck us down. Why have you been wasting your breath after you made an appearance here? Could it be that you talk too much?" The Unfettered One suddenly interrupted Ghost King, and then he flicked with his finger, causing a strand of sword chi to shoot violently towards Ghost King. Ghost King's pupils constricted, and he was just about to resist. However, right at this moment, the strand of sword chi suddenly sped up explosively. It transformed into a ray of light that pierced through Ghost King's shoulder, and then his entire right arm flew off into the air. Hail the founding ancestor! The disciples of the Sword Sect were first stunned when they witnessed this scene, and then they cheered and bowed to the Unfettered One. Moreover, they revealed heartfelt smiles from surviving a calamity. There was nothing more delighting and joyful than seeing hope in a time of despair. At this moment, Yang Yi was in deep thought, because while that attack the Sword Sect's founding ancestor executed earlier seemed like a strand of sword chi, it really wasn't. After all, The sword sect's founding ancestor was in soul form right now, so it was utterly impossible to gather the energy within the heavens and the earth. If it was impossible to gather the energy within the heavens and the earth, then how was that attack executed? But if it wasn't a strand of sword chi, then how exactly was it executed? Could it be that besides the sword domain, sword intent, and enlightened sword heart, there's another method to cultivate in the sword Tao? The members of the sword sect were cheering while Yuan Tian and Yu Linglong had solemn expressions instead. But in next to no time, their expressions had eased up because the unfettered one's soul have grown even more ethereal and translucent. Ghost King's expression was extremely ferocious after having his arm chopped off. Even though he was astounded by the strength of the sword sect's founding ancestor, he felt even more embarrassment and rage, because a dignified master of a sect like him had actually almost died at the hands of a wisp of a soul from 10,000 years ago. Even though it was a wisp soul which belonged to the strongest expert in the last 10,000 years of the Southern Territory's history, it was still an extraordinary humiliation. Unfettered one, how many times can you execute such an attack without a physical host? Why don't you execute it one more time? And I won't resist it, all right? Ghost King roared madly with laughter. The unfettered one glanced coldly at Ghost King, and then his gaze swept towards the members of the sword sect outside Sky Hall and said, "Those who have comprehended the sword domain or sword soul, take a step forward." The disciples of the sword sect were stunned. They were utterly unaware of what the sword domain was. Su Muja shook his head and laughed bitterly. Yang Yi was stunned amidst the crowd. Could it be that the sword sect's founding ancestor requires someone who has comprehended the sword domain to host his soul? Right. What's the sword soul? The unfettered one frowned when he saw no one step forward, and then he said, "Those who possess the enlightened sword heart, step forward." At this moment, the members of the sword sect understood their founding ancestors' intentions, and after they came to an understanding, all the disciples of the sword sect, including Su Muja, felt extremely ashamed. Su Qingshi looked over at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi instantly felt quite troubled when he noticed it. He naturally knew what Su Qingshi meant, but truthfully speaking, he really didn't have like the sword sect at all and didn't want to lend it a hand. Moreover, he didn't dare to allow to host the unfettered one. After all, what would he do if the unfettered one noticed the tiny vortex? However, how could he possibly bear to refuse a request from her? Right when he was conflicted and troubled, the unfettered one's brows had knit together even more tightly in midair, and he said, "Those who have comprehended sword intent, step forward." Su Muja sighed lightly. He went forward and bowed to the unfettered one before he said, "Founding ancestor, no one in the entire sword sect has comprehended the sword domain, the sword soul, the enlightened sword heart or sword intent." The unfettered one shook his head lightly when he heard Su Muja, and then he said, "I never expected that after I established this sect all those years ago, it would have actually fallen to such decline 10,000 years later." The reason he asked for those who had comprehended the sword domain, sword soul, sword intent, or enlightened sword heart to step forward was because only profounders who had comprehended these things were capable of temporarily hosting his soul. Only in that way would he be able to rely on that profounder's body to utilize his strength. After all, he was only a wisp of soul and not his main body. Haha. Right at this moment, Ghost King suddenly roared with laughter. He laughed for a short while before he said, "Su Muja, haven't you made a mistake? How could you sword sect not possess someone like that? Doesn't that fellow, Yang Yi, possess the enlightened sword heart? Hasn't he comprehended sword intent? Oh, right. He isn't a disciple of your sword sect anymore. If I'm not wrong, it was your sword sect that expelled him, right?" Ha ha ha. Yuan Tian shook his head as well and said, "You dug your own grave." The sword sect's founding ancestor was extremely terrifying, and he was still extraordinarily terrifying even if it was only a wisp of his soul. After all, he was once a Saint Realm expert and a sword cultivator. However, his ability was limited without a physical host, and they only had to pay a certain price before this wisp of the unfettered one's soul would be nothing to worry about. However, Yuan Tian had a question. "Unfettered one, If you tell us the origins of the Heaven Path and how to overcome it, then we can even spare the sword sect, said Yuan Tian in a low voice. Ghost King and Yu Linglong hesitated for a moment, and then they remained silent. Obviously, they tacitly approved of what Yuan Tian had said. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to spare the sword sect. How laughable! The unfettered one glanced at them with pity and said, "You actually dreamed to overcome the Heaven Path with the strength of an ant? You truly overestimate your ability. Even though I'm merely a wisp of soul, and I can only execute one last attack, but I guarantee that I'll kill one of you. So, which one of you'll be the first to give it a try?" Yuan Tian's eyes narrowed slightly before he said, "The sword sect will be wiped off from the southern territory today." The unfettered one remained silent while the space around him started to surge violently. Obviously, he was prepared to launch that final attack. Even though Yuan Tian had made such a threat, he didn't dare to be the first to attack. Because while the unfettered one could only execute one last attack, he wasn't confident in his ability to withstand that attack. Even if he succeeded, he would probably suffer a heavy injury, and he couldn't afford to be heavily injured at such a time. After all, the Grand Qin Empire was eyeing his origin school from the shadows. Yuan Tian didn't dare be the first to attack, and both Ghost King and Yu Linglong were even more fearful. After all, they were slightly weaker than Yuan Tian. Since Yuan Tian wasn't confident in his ability to withstand it, then how could they possibly resist it? Moreover, they weren't stupid enough to sacrifice themselves and help the others at a time like this. For a time, both sides had fallen into a stalemate. On the ground below, Su Qingshi had walked over to Yang Ye's side. The two of them gazed at each other for a few breaths of time before Su Qingshi lowered her head slightly. She wanted for Yang Ye's help, but she knew that it was impossible for Yang Yi to help the sword sect with the character he had. After all, the sword sect had betrayed him first. So, if she were to ask this of Yang Yi, then countless cracks might instantly form between her and Yang Yi, because she was unable to imagine how she would face him if he refused her request. Actually, the problem was how both of them would face each other after that. However, how could she possibly just watch as the sword sect was annihilated just like that? After all, it was her home, and her loved ones were here as well. While Su Qingshi was conflicted and felt extremely helpless, Yang Yi shook his head and sighed before he grabbed her hand. After that, he pulled her into his arms and gave her a light peck on the forehead. At this moment, the gazes of countless in the surroundings had descended onto Yang Yi. After all, Su Qingshi was the daughter of the sword sect's master. But at this moment, she was being embraced by a man in front of everyone. Moreover, she didn't resist it at all. So, such a scene naturally drew the attention and aroused the curiosity of countless people. Yang Yi had left the sword sect for a few years now, and coupled with the fact that Head disguised himself on purpose, so the disciples of the sword sect here weren't able to recognize him. Only some who Yang Yi had come into contact with in the past, like Qing Xue and the others, felt that Yang Yi was slightly familiar. It wasn't long before someone recognized him. "It's Yang Yi. He's Yang Yi. He's that Yang Yi who killed the Sword Emperor and has become the Sword Emperor now. It's him. It really is him. My God. He has actually returned to the Southern Territory and returned to the Sword Sect." A disciple of the Sword Sect who had once been an outer court disciple with Yang Yi pointed at him while roaring excitedly in a slight frenzy. "It really is Yang Yi. It really is him. I recognize him. He's even our vice master of our sword school. I recognize him as well. He was even a labor disciple in the past. He's that fellow?" Su Muzha gazed at Yang Yi while he muttered in a low voice. Right at this moment, the unfettered one's gaze had descended onto Yang Yi. He was instantly stunned upon laying eyes on Yang Yi, and then his eyes lit up. After that, a slight smile appeared on his grim face. Chapter 437 Void Flash. Yang Yi glanced at Su Qingshi, who laid within his arms, and grinned, and then condensed wings from his profound energy and flashed over to the sword sect's founding ancestor who was in midair. He didn't care about the fate of the sword sect's disciples, nor did he care about the fate of the sword sect. He only cared about Su Qingshi. It felt like needles were piercing his heart as he watched Su Qingshi in such a weak, struggling, and painful state. And it was exactly that scene which told him he was unable to steal his heart and cruelly refuse her. He couldn't bear to refuse her. In the end, he was unable to act mercilessly towards her. The sword domain, peak 7th level slaughter sword intent, and the enlightened sword heart. Good, good, very good. The unfettered one gazed at Yang Yi while his smile grew even wider, and he said, "You accomplished such a state at the mere age of 20. You're really not bad. It isn't inferior to my own accomplishments all those years ago. Luckily, the sword sect still has a trace of hope." Yang Yi was about to speak when Yuan Tian suddenly made a clawing motion towards Yang Yi from afar, and then an enormous claw pierced through space and arrived instantaneously before Yang Ye's head. Yang Ye's expression changed because this was utterly not something that he could resist. Fortunately, the unfettered one had directly transformed into a ray of light that entered his body. In an instant, Yang Ye's aura had immediately changed, and the shock and astonishment in his eyes had transformed into indifference and disregard. Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and then a strand of sword chi slashed horizontally and instantly slashed the enormous claw into half. Yuan Tian's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. I shouldn't have talked so much nonsense earlier and shouldn't have hesitated. I should have attacked immediately and destroyed this wisp of soul, even if I had to pay a small price. What a waste. Right, why has Yang Yi appeared here? Could it be that all the disciples dispatched from the sect have been annihilated? Sword, come to me. Yang Yi took a step forward while he gestured with his right hand. After that, a ray of light shot into the sky from a mountain that was 5,000 kilometers away from the sword sect. The ray of light shot through space and instantly arrived in the sky above the sword sect, and then the light around is dispersed to reveal a sword that was covered in talisman markings. It's Void Flash, Su Muzha exclaimed from below. Void Flash was at the Dao rank, and it was crafted from spatial stones that were gathered from meteors. It possessed the shocking ability to pierce through space. It was a sword that belonged to the sword sect's founding ancestor all those years ago, and it had stayed by the unfettered one side for over 1,000 years until the unfettered one encountered the Heavenly Inquisitor. This sword was ranked at the second position amongst the Dao artifacts of that time, and it was merely inferior to the Heavenly Inquisitor. The expressions of Yuan Tian and the others changed when they saw this sword as they'd recognized it. Retreat. Yuan Tian hesitated for a moment before his figure flashed towards the distance. It was impossible to annihilate the sword sect today, and staying here was utterly meaningless. Ghost King and Yu Linglong hesitated for a moment before they flashed towards the distance. With the strength they possessed, the three of them had a chance to annihilate Yang Yi if they paid a certain price, but none of them was willing to pay that price. When the disciples of the three sects saw their sect masters retreating, they hurriedly retreated as well and didn't dare remain in the sword sect. Yuan Tian and the others were extremely swift, and only an instant had passed before they were 500 kilometers away. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Trying to flee?" After that, he swiftly stabbed Void Flash forward. A shocking scene occurred. Void Flash's blade instantly pierced through the space in front of Yang Yi, and then the pupils of Ghost King, who was already 500 kilometers away, had suddenly constricted, because the blade of a sword had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then it pierced through his chest. As a Monarch Realm expert, unless his soul was completely obliterated, otherwise, he wouldn't truly die even if his physical body was destroyed. At this moment, even though his heart had been shattered from the stab it suffered, he hadn't really died. Of course, he was on the verge of it because the vitality within his body was vanishing at a speed that astounded him. "Blood slip," Ghost King shouted as his figure exploded apart with a bang, and then it transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky as it dispersed towards the distance. "Sword Sect, I, Ghost King, will definitely return this 100-fold. In the sky above the Sword Sect, Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he immediately slashed towards the right. Yu Linglong, who was fleeing through space, 500 kilometers away had suddenly stopped while astonishment flashed through her eyes, because a ray of light had suddenly appeared in the space in front of her, and it was slashing down towards her at a speed she couldn't evade. Flower destruction, Yu Linglong shouted as her body suddenly exploded apart, and it transformed into countless petals that blasted against the ray of light. Bang! An enormous explosion rumbled and resounded in this expanse of space. A short while late, the ray of light dispersed while the countless petals slowly merged together in midair to gradually form Yu Linglong's figure. At this moment, her countenance was ghastly pale while her clothes were tattered, and the skin beneath her clothes were covered in scars created by a sword. Yu Linglong glanced resentfully towards the sword sect, and then she said, "Slaughter sword intent. It actually almost destroyed my foundation. How ruthless of you, unfettered one. Yu Linglong, will remember this, and he'll definitely return it 100-fold in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Linglong immediately tore open the space in front of her, entered it, and vanished on the spot. In the sky above the sword sect, Yang Yi frowned and tightened the grip on his sword as he intended to attack once more. However, he hesitated for a moment before abandoning the idea in the end. He said in a low voice, "What a pity. If only this kid's cultivation was a little higher. This kid's body will definitely be unable to endure it if I were to utilize Void Flash again. What a pity." As he finished speaking these words, the unfettered one's soul instantly left Yang Ye's body and floated in front of him. At this moment, the shock within Yang Ye's heart simply couldn't be described with words. Even though the unfettered one had taken control of his body just now, his consciousness was still wide awake. The two attacks the unfettered one executed earlier including at least 3 types of sword intent. Of course, most importantly, his method of attack had actually disregarded the barriers of space. It was simply like a simplified version of the little fellow's violet light. Right, this sword as well. Yang Yi lowered his head to gaze at the sword in his hand, and then he hesitated for a moment before he stabbed it lightly towards the area in front of him. Yang Yi watched in astonishment as the sword actually pierced into space, and then its tip and blade appeared over 30 m away. The hilt was still in his hand, but its tip and blade were over 30 m away. This sword. Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he twisted his wrist a little and placed the sword within the tiny vortex. From this moment onward, this sword was his, and no one could take it from him. The unfettered one seemed as if he hadn't noticed Yang Ye's actions, and he shot his gaze towards the members of the sword sect and said, "From this moment onward, the position of sect master in the sword sect will be held by this kid, and no one in the sword sect can disobey his orders. He'll definitely kill anyone who dares to disobey him. Do all of you have any objections?" The members of the sword sect on the ground below were stunned. Yang Yi has become the sect master? How old is he right now? Moreover, his strength seems to be a little insufficient. Yang Yi was stunned. The sword sect's master? What a joke. Not to mention whether they would be willing to accept it. Even I am unwilling to become the sect master of the sword sect. The current state of the sword sect was obvious. Even though it had repelled the origin school and the other sects, but who knew if those 3 sects would attack again later? Besides that, there was enmity between him and the sword sect. In short, it was very inadvisable for him to become the sword sect's master. The unfettered one paid no attention to the members of the sword sect on the ground below, and he gazed at Su Muzha instead. With his strength, he was naturally aware that Su Muzha was the strongest in the sword sect. Su Muzha's eyelids drooped while there was unwillingness in his eyes. Had bitterly managed the sword sect for many years, so he was naturally quite unwilling to give it up so easily. However, he understood the founding ancestors' intentions. The sword sect needed someone with potential, and Yang Yi was undoubtedly such a person. Senior. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "My strength is weak, so how could I assume the responsibility of being the sect master of the sword sect? Moreover, am not a disciple of the sword sect. I merely stood forward this time because I couldn't bear to see someone whom I love being troubled and sad. Otherwise, to be perfectly honest, I would absolutely not step forward and cooperate with Senior." The unfettered one pondered deeply for a short while and said, "Never mind. I don't know exactly what sort of enmity exists between you and the sword sect, but regardless of that, you've done the sword sect a great kindness this time. I don't like owing others a favor, so we'll compensate you in a while." When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Sumuja and said, "You're too preoccupied by gains and losses, and you are calculative and concerned about too many things. This has caused your heart toward the sword to be bound. Even though you've relied on external forces to advance into the monarch realm, that's all you can achieve. Regardless of whether it's the sword Tao or cultivation, it's impossible for you to improve again unless you obtain a huge, fortuitous encounter." Sumuza's figure shook. A short while later, he suddenly roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he bowed towards the unfettered one and said, "Thank you, founding ancestor, for enlightening Muja." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumuja turned around to gaze at the disciples of the sword sect and said, "From this moment onward, Su Qingshi will hold the position of sect master, and the entire sect must fully support her." Actually, Sumuja wanted to follow along with the unfettered one's intentions and make Yang Yi the sect master. But it was clearly impossible because Yang Yi clearly refused and rejected the sword sect. However, he couldn't allow the relationship between Yang Yi and the sword sect to continuing growing worse, and the only method to resolve that was to allow Su Qingshi to be the sect master. Once Su Qingshi was the sect master, then could Yang Yi keep out of the sword sect's affairs or become hostile towards the sword sect? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. What a move. If she becomes the sword sect's master, then he'll probably really be unable to continue regarding it as an enemy. But if I think about it from another angle, if Su Qingshi is the sword sect's master, then isn't that equivalent to it being mine as well? Even though the sword sect is in a horrible state right now, it still possesses numerous experts in the end. Moreover, it has a huge amount of influence in the mortal world. In short, this isn't really a bad thing. Yes, the disciples of the sword sect didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly expressed their acknowledgement. The unfettered one nodded lightly in midair because Sumuza's decision was satisfactory to him. After that, the unfettered one gazed at Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand before he immediately vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. Chapter 438 Sword Soul. In Clear Breeze Gorge that was at the back of the sword sect, the unfettered one floated in midair, yet his lower half had vanished and only his upper body remained. Moreover, his upper body was growing more and more faint and translucent. It was like he was dispersed at any time. "I hope you can protect the sword sect on my behalf." The unfettered one was very frank and didn't engage in any small talk. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head decisively. "I'm only at the spirit realm, so what ability do I possess to protect the sword sect?" Even though the sword sect had suffered heavy losses, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. The sword sect still possessed numerous experts right now, and it even had a monarch realm expert. So, there was no need for him to protect the sword sect at all. Moreover, even if he had the ability, why should he protect the sword sect? After all, if it wasn't because of Su Qingshi, he would have even thought of helping Yuan Tian and the others annihilate the sword sect. He had an utterly terribly impression of the 6 great powers. The unfettered one suddenly said, "Do you know what sort of sword technique I executed earlier while in the form of a soul?" "What technique was it?" Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He was very curious about that attack, because that attack hadn't utilized even a trace of profound energy, but a strand of sword chi had actually been utilized while under the circumstances of not utilizing profound energy. This made Yang Yi feel both shocked and puzzled at the same time. The unfettered one smiled and said, "It was a soul technique. To be precise, it was a sword soul technique. A sword soul technique formed from the essence, spirit, energy, soul energy, and mental energy. Moreover, it disregards the physical body, unless the target of it possessed a dark treasure that specialized in defending against soul techniques. Otherwise, that technique can even disregard the defenses of high-grade heaven-rank dark treasures. Of course, the precondition is that your sword soul technique is sufficiently formidable." A sword soul technique. Isn't this similar to a Nanjing's triad mantra? Yang Yi was tempted. Just the ability to disregard physical defenses and dark treasures were sufficient to tempt him. Just think about it. If he were to utilize that shocking sword within the tiny vortex that had obtained earlier and executed this sword soul technique, then what would the effects be? If he was able to take his enemy by surprise, then he might even be able to instantly annihilate an exalt realm profounder. Yang Yi took a light breath of air and said, "Senior, what are your conditions?" The smile on the unfettered one's face grew even brighter, and he said, "You've comprehended sword domain and the enlightened sword heart, and you even possess slaughter sword intent that's the sharpest and fiercest amongst sword intents. Your natural talent really isn't weaker to my own. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to comprehend the sword soul. Of course, perhaps this is asking too much of you. After all, I only comprehended the sword soul when I was at the peak of the exalt realm." The sword soul? Yang Yi was puzzled. What's that? Sword intent is equivalent to the spirit, energy, and essence of a sword, and it's capable of multiplying the strength of sword chi and sword techniques. The sword soul is equivalent to the soul of the sword, and it breathes life into the sword and sword techniques. Most importantly, once you've grasped the sword soul, you can utilize the spirit, energy, essence, and intent, sword intent, to make the four of them transform into a material state and form into another form of technique. The unfettered one spoke slowly. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. So, there are actually so many different paths in the sword Dao. Looks like I still have a very long way on the path of the sword Dao. The unfettered one suddenly said, "I can help you swiftly comprehend the sword soul." Yang Yi didn't become delighted or excited. There was no free lunch in the world. Since the unfettered one had spoken these words, then he definitely had some sort of conditions. "Sure enough," he continued, "I only have a single condition. I hope that you can head to the extreme north of the Central Territory in the future. There's an underground palace there, and there's a person called Huan Bingyun within it. If she's still alive, then pass my apology to her. If she's dead, then just forget it." Yang Yi was slightly surprised. Head thought that the unfettered one would ask him to help the sword sect or ask him to join the sword sect, but he hadn't expected that the condition would actually be to help the unfettered one apologize. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "I agree." He had no reason to refuse because it was just an apology, and it wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, since that person, Huan Bingyun, knew the sword sect's founding ancestor, then the chances of that person being alive was very tiny. The unfettered one nodded while his upper body had become practically translucent. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Senior, are you still alive?" After the unfettered one overcame the heaven path all those years ago, Head vanished from the world, and his fate had always been a mystery. The unfettered one shook his head and said, "I don't know. Don't put on such a surprised expression. After all, I'm only a wisp of soul. There are very few memories kept within this wisp of soul, and it doesn't have many memories of my main body." When he spoke up to hear, the unfettered one paused for a moment and said, "Don't rashly try to overcome the heaven path. Even if you want to, you have to at least attain the 5th rank of the monarch realm, and your sword intent and sword domain have to be improved to a flawless state. Remember my words." Yang Yi wanted to ask him why, but the unfettered one had waved his hand and said, "I don't have much time left. I'll disperse the consciousness of this wisp of soul later, and then you must devour this wisp of my soul. This wisp of soul contains the method to comprehend the sword soul and some sword techniques I utilized all those years ago. Moreover, it contains some of my comprehensions and understandings of the sword Dao. It should be useful to you." As soon as he finished speaking and before Yang Yi could even reply, the unfettered one's upper body suddenly shrunk and converged into a dot of light, and then it directly entered into the space between Yang Yi's brows. Yang Yi's face instantly warped because countless memories had surged into his mind, and the impact from it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it struck directly at the mind. A long time passed before Yang Yi's expression returned to normal. Besides numerous sword techniques of high rank and some comprehensions and experiences related to the sword Dao, this wisp of the unfettered one's soul contains some memories related to profounder continent. For example, There were memories related to the Nether God's Tomb in the Ninth Hell, Martial God Mountain, Sword Emperor Mountain, and various other places. Of course, most importantly, it contained memories related to the Sword Soul. It turned out that the Sword Soul was just like Sword Intent. Both of them were in the form of intent, but the difference was that the Sword Soul was formed from the intent of the soul. To put it simply, one had to first grasp Sword Intent to grasp the Sword Soul because the cultivation of the soul required a soul cultivation technique and the assistance of Sword Intent. The soul cultivation technique was within the unfettered one's memories, and he possessed his own Sword Intent. So, all that remained was to find sufficient time to cultivate it. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around, and he noticed that Su Qingshi was standing not too far away. Yang Yi walked over, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed hers. The latter struggled a little, and then she just let him hold her hand when she noticed she wasn't able to struggle free from his grasp. As he gazed at the woman before him, Yang Yi sighed with slight emotion in his heart. In the past, Head had countless thoughts about embracing her in his arms, and he could finally do it for Realm now. Of course, there was some guilt in his heart towards her because he wasn't able to belong only to her in the end. Even though it was common for one to have a few wives on profounder continent, but would anyone be willing to share their Tao companion with another? Moreover, she was even a woman who possessed an indisputable appearance and strength. However, all he could do was feel guilty right now because he was utterly unable to abandon Xiao Yushi or Su Qingshi. Yang Yi shook his head and discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind. Because it wasn't the time to think about it now. He had many things to do now. "How long have you been standing here?" asked Yang Yi. Su Qingshi shook her head slightly and said, "Thank you." Yang Yi knew why she was thanking him, and he immediately acted displeased and said, "Qingshi, is there any need for that between us?" "I'm thanking you on the sword sect's behalf," said Su Qingshi. Yang Yi grinned and said, "Then it's even more unnecessary. The reason I stood forward to cooperate with the Unfettered One was because I didn't want to see you in pain and sadness, and it wasn't because of the sword sect. If it weren't for you, it would be very likely that I would have even killed some disciples of the sword sect in secret to vent my anger. After all, you know how the sword sect treated me all those years ago." Su Qingshi flipped her hand to grab his hand instead, and then she gazed at him as she said in a light voice, "It won't happen again. I'll kill anyone in the sword sect who dares to think of harming you." Even though her voice was light, it carried an unquestionable tone. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he joked, "What if it's your father? Then he'll leave the sword sect with you." Su Qingshi took the initiative to stretch out her hand and place them around Yang Yi's waist, and then she buried her head in his chest as she said lightly, "At the moment you stood forward earlier, I knew that I'm very important in your heart, because you were willing to change yourself and suffer for me. At that moment, I knew that I hadn't misjudged you. From today onward, you and our child are always the first in my heart, and I don't want to care about everything else anymore." Yang Yi was very moved. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and he pushed her away lightly and spoke with astonishment. "Child? Qingshi, child? What do you mean?" Su Qingshi blushed a little before she pulled Yang Yi's hand towards her and placed it on her stomach. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot when he touched it. Even if it was through her clothes, he was able to feel how smooth her stomach was. Of course, the most important part was that he felt that it had bulged up unusually. What did Yang Yi feel at this moment? Happiness and excitement filled every cell in his entire body. "Ha ha!" Yang Yi lifted her off her feet, and then he leaped up and flew into the sky on his sword. At this moment, Yang Yi was happy like a child. Su Qingshi revealed a rare smile on her face as well. A short while later, and after Yang Yi recovered from his excitement, he descended to the ground and held Su Qingshi's waist as he spoke happily. "Qingshi, we actually conceived from just once. You're really amazing." "Wait, I'm really amazing as well?" Su Qingshi blushed again, and then she pinched Yang Yi's hands. She was quite unaccustomed to such jokes, but she wasn't against it in her heart. Yang Yi was about to say something. However, a wave of fluctuation arose in the space before him, and then a piece of information entered his mind. It was a transmission talisman. A short while later, the smile on Yang Yi's face had gradually vanished, and it was replaced by a solemn expression. "What happened?" asked Su Qingshi in a light voice. "The Grand Qin Empire has made its move." Yang Yi took a light breath of air. The opportunity had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 439, Passionless Cliff. After the Origin School, Flower Palace, and Ghost Sect left in defeat, the Grand Qin Empire had suddenly led its army to attack all the other 5 sects besides the Sword Sect. Countless experts had swarmed out from the imperial capital, and they surged towards the 5 sects in a formidable array. At the same time, the founding emperor started to act against the clans that were related to the 6 great sects, and a few tens of thousands of clans had been annihilated overnight. The entire southern territory was in chaos. After he received the news that the Grand Qin Empire had attacked, Yang Yi immediately bid farewell to Su Qingshi and returned to the Grand Myriad Mountains. After that, he led over 40 Exalt Realm experts, 30 Exalt Rank Dark Beasts, and over 100 Spirit Rank Dark Beasts towards the Flower Palace. One day later, Yang Yi's group arrived near the Flower Palace. Yang Yi accepted the Beast Emperor's suggestion and didn't lead them to attack the Flower Palace directly, and he allowed the Beast Emperor to take him to Passionless Cliff. Because for some unknown reason, the forces of the Grand Qin Empire hadn't attacked the Flower Palace, and they'd set up camp in a city 500 kilometers away from the Flower Palace. At this moment, the Flower Palace could be said to be crowded, and every few meters of its territory had a disciple standing on guard there. At the same time, the grand formation of the Flower Palace had been activated, and even a mosquito couldn't enter the Flower Palace without being noticed. However, with the Beast Emperor leading him in, Yang Yi didn't alarm anyone from the Flower Palace before he arrived at Passionless Cliff. "Go on down." The Beast Emperor gazed at the ghastly Passionless Cliff and said, "There seems to be a form of restriction set up in that place. The restriction wouldn't be able to endure my strength if I were to head down. In that way, it would definitely alarm the experts of the Flower Palace." Yang Yi nodded and was just about to head down when the Beast Emperor said, "Remember to be careful once you get down there, because I've sensed 2 auras in this Flower Palace that are very obscure yet formidable. If they're alarmed, then even I would probably be unable to leave safely if they use the grand formation of the Flower Palace against me as well." Yang Yi said, "I'll be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to form wings from his profound energy and leap down. The Beast Emperor had a solemn expression as he watched Yang Yi leap down Passionless Cliff, and he shot his gaze towards the center of the Flower Palace while he said in a low voice, "Why do I sense another faint aura besides them? But how could the Flower Palace possibly possess that many Monarch Realm experts? Could I be mistaken?" The Beast King frowned as he continued on this train of thought. After some time passed, Yang Yi's feet finally touched the ground. A ghastly and cold expanse filled his surroundings while countless cold gales raged through the air. However, these cold winds weren't able to affect him at all. Conversely, he noticed that all the cold winds were actually absorbed by the 9th Hell Cold Gale within him as soon as he arrived here. Yang Yi restrained the 9th Hell Cold Gale because even though it could absorb the cold winds here, he hadn't come here to do that. He sized up his surroundings before his figure flashed forward, and rows of pitch-black pillars quickly appeared within his field of vision. Many people were tied on those pillars. Some were alive while even more were died, and their corpses were rotting. In next to no time, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto an enormous pillar on the round platform in the distance, and he instantly clenched his hands tightly when he saw the person tied to that pillar. When he walked over to the pillar, his face was already covered in tears without him realizing. At this moment, Feng Ye's face was ghastly pale while her eyes were closed tight, and her entire body was covered pitch-black iron chains that were densely covered in all sorts of symbols. Moreover, the cold winds in the surroundings were ceaselessly torturing her. Besides that, there were even countless bright red marks of the whip which seemed like numerous centipedes on her face. Yang Yi's hand which had stretched towards Feng Yu had stopped in midair, and then he closed his eyes with pain. When he opened his eyes once more, his eyes were crimson red, and the slaughter sword intent he emanated caused the baleful cold winds in the surroundings to be instantly minced into nothingness. At this moment, Feng Yu suddenly opened her eyes slowly, and she was stunned open seeing Yang Yi. After that, she said with slight uncertainty, "Year." Yang Yi took a few steps forward and arrived before Feng Yu, and then he squeezed out a smile as he said, "It's me." "Don't speak for now, mother. Allow me to get you out of here first." As he spoke, he flipped his palm and dragon bone appeared within it. Right when he was about to slash apart those chains that covered Feng Yu, she suddenly cried out, "Wait!" When she saw Yang Yi stop, her eyes were filled with a bewildered expression as she continued. "These chains are crafted from earth-rank iron that are extremely hard, and they are even inscribed with talismans. Year, you're utterly unable to slash them apart." Yang Yi said, "Don't worry, mother. This sword in my hand was crafted from the bones of a dragon, and it's extremely hard. So, I'll cut through these chains like butter." As he spoke, Yang Yi raised his sword and was about to strike. On the other hand, Feng Yu shook her head and stopped him once more. She said, "These iron chains can't be broken, because once they are, then it'll definitely alarm the Flower Palace. With your strength at the first heaven, eh." When she spoke up to this point, shock flashed through her eyes as Feng Yu said, "Year, you're already at the spirit realm?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Mother, I have the strength to rescue you now. These chains can't stop me." "I advise you not to do that." It wasn't Feng Yu who spoke these words, and it was a woman who was 10 to the side. The woman was around 30 years of age, had a pale countenance, and seemed dispirited. Moreover, her eves were dim and lifeless, while even her voice was weak as if she were on the verge of death. Yang Yi knew with a single glance that she wasn't far from death. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted before he swiftly turned around to gaze at his mother. Because his mother was in an almost similar state right now, but he was too excited just now and hadn't noticed until now. The woman who spoke earlier continued, "I don't know how you got in here, but let me tell you that these chains have a transmission talisman hidden within them. If you slash these iron chains apart, then the transmission talisman within them will be activated, and it'll only take a few breaths of time before the experts of the Flower Palace would rush over here. At that time, not to mention rescuing your mother, even you would die here." "She's right," Feng Yu said, "Year, even if I die right now, I'd be able to go without much regrets after being able to see you now. If you're really thinking on my behalf, then leave quickly, and then take little Yao away from the southern territory and never return." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Mother, don't you know me? Do you think it's possibly for me to leave you here? I've worked hard all my life so that our family could be together. So long as I'm able to rescue you from here, then we'll be able to be united. At that time, we can leave the southern territory, go somewhere else, and never return. All right?" The glow of tears flickered in Feng Yu's eyes as she said, "Silly child, the resources and reserves of the Flower Palace aren't something that you can go against. It'll still be in time if you leave now. You won't be able to leave if you're noticed by them." Yang Yi shook his head, didn't continue wasting his breath, and just swung his sword. Clang! The chains on Feng Yu's body were immediately slashed apart. At the same time, a strand of fluctuation flickered into appearance. However, it had just flickered when a strand of violet light flashed at an extremely swift speed, and it instantly minced the fluctuation into pieces. Without the chains to restrain her, Feng Yu's body instantly fell weakly to the ground. Yang Yi hurriedly moved forward to support her, and then he withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and gave it to her so that she could absorb the energy within it. How swift! Meanwhile, the woman who spoke earlier exclaimed with shock. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi's sword would actually be so swift to the point he could even capture the traces of a transmission talisman and slash it into pieces. Yang Yi supported Feng Yu up as he walked towards the distance. However, he hadn't even taken 2 steps when a woman appeared not too far away from them, and then killing intent surged explosively within his eyes upon laying eyes on her. He knew this woman, or it should be said that he would never forget her, because this woman was that very same woman who had seen torturing his mother through the space mirror. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into a forbidden area of my Flower Palace?" Lung Ye's eyes narrowed and were filled with killing intent. She had originally intended to come here and vent her displeasure and gain some entertainment and joy from these criminals of the sect. After all, it was her only source of joy now. But she hadn't expected that an outsider would actually be within passionless cliff, and it was even a man. In next to no time, Lung Ye's gaze descended onto Feng Yu, and then her face fell as she said, I never expected that someone would actually come to rescue you. Nor did I expect that it would be a young man. Could he be a lover of yours? TSK, TSK. Feng Yu, your abilities of seduction are truly extraordinary. Lung Yu was naturally unafraid of Yang Yi because she had immediately discerned that Yang Yi was only a spirit realm profounder, and she was already at the 8th rank of the spirit realm. Suddenly, Lung Ye's expression changed violently because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and he was already in front of her when his figure appeared again. Lung Yu was horrified. What speed is this? Right when she was about to dodge, a strand of invisible energy suddenly appeared around her, and then she instantly felt like a huge mountain had pressed down upon her, causing her to be unable to even catch her breath. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had directly grabbed her neck, but didn't crush it. His eyes seemed like they had oceans of blood within them as he recalled how this woman whipped his mother that day, and his killing intent almost took material form. He said, Don't worry, I won't kill you straight away. I'll return the pain you inflicted on my mother by 10-fold, 100-fold. Once you've been tortured to the extreme, I'll refine you into a sword servant, and then I'll sell you to the brothels of the Grand Qin Empire so you can be a whore for eternity. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi disregarded the terror that filled Lung Ye's eyes as he issued a command in his heart, and the sword spirit took Lung Yu into the space within the ancient sheath and suppressed her there. You. Feng Yu gazed at Yang Yi with slight shock. Lung Yu was a 7th-rank spirit realm expert, but she was captured by my son without even being able to resist. Is he really my son? Moreover, I should be holding a legendary extreme-grade energy stone in my hand, right? At this moment, Feng Yu felt like she didn't recognize Yang Yi anymore. At this moment, Yang Yi had no intention of explaining anything to Feng Yu as it wasn't the time for that. Right when he intended to take her away with him, a woman in palace clothes had suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Yi's heart shook when he saw this woman, a monarch realm expert. Chapter 448 Vessel Without Life. Right at this moment, the Beast Emperor appeared here, and he felt quite speechless at this moment. He knew that Yang Yi would definitely stop at nothing to save his mother upon descending down passionless cliff, and then it would definitely alarm the Flower Palace. As expected, Yang Yi really had alarmed the Flower Palace, and trouble had arrived now. You're Yang Yi. The woman glanced at the Beast Emperor before her gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Yes, Yang Yi looked straight back at her. No matter what, he was going to rescue his mother today. Year, don't be rude. This is mother's martial ancestor. Meanwhile, Feng Yu suddenly spoke softly to Yang Yi, and then she walked over to the woman and was about to bow to the woman. However, right at this moment, Yang Yi hurriedly stopped her and said, Mother, what are you talking about? Is there any martial ancestor in this world who doesn't rescue one of their own? She isn't worthy of your respect. Feng Yu shook her head and said, If it wasn't for martial ancestors' presence in the Flower Palace, then I would have been put to death by dismemberment on the day I was brought back to the Flower Palace, and then my soul would be caged. Moreover, it was Mother who disappointed the high hopes both martial ancestor and master had for Mother all those years ago. It was Mother who failed them, and they don't owe me anything. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yu had started to lower her body slowly. Right when she was about to kneel down, a gentle gust of wind blew on her and caused her body to be unable to drop down. You're not a disciple of the Flower Palace anymore, and both I and your master have cut all ties with you on that day, so you don't have to kneel before me, said the woman. Feng Yu smiled bitterly and didn't insist. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze suddenly shot towards Yang Yi as she said, It really is as the rumors said. You're an extraordinary genius in the sword Tao. You've actually attained the enlightened sword heart and comprehended slaughter sword intent at such a young age. The rarest of it all is that your foundation is so solid, and you even seized the first on the hidden dragon rankings for the Southern Territory. Feng Yu really gave birth to a good son. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman shook her head and gazed at the Beast Emperor before she said, "Beast Emperor, I don't understand why you would help him. Can you explain it to me?" The Beast Emperor shook his head and said, "Qian Nianci, it's all over. If this disciple of your disciple hadn't been tortured by the Flower Palace to such an extent, then perhaps I would tell you the reason and allow your Flower Palace to let bygone be bygones with him. Unfortunately, it's all over. It's really over. Qian Nianci, I can say with certainty that it'll take 100 years at most, or even sooner. At that time, your Flower Palace will definitely vanish from this world." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the Beast Emperor and said, "Senior, what did you mean when you said everything is over?" The Beast Emperor pondered deeply for a moment, and then he shook his head and fell silent. Yang Yi intended to continue asking about it, but the woman suddenly said, "Go on and leave." Yang Yi was stunned. She actually intends to let us leave? What's the meaning of this? Right when Yang Yi was puzzled and bewildered, the woman glanced at Feng Yu before her figure trembled slightly and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi gazed at the Beast Emperor with the hopes of obtaining an answer. "Year, let's go." Meanwhile, Feng Yu suddenly pulled on Yang Ye's hand and said, "Mother Mrs. Little Yao, take Mother to see her, all right?" Yang Yi suppressed the questions and the bad premonition that arose in his heart just now, and then he nodded and said, "Come, let's go home." After the three of them left, three women in palace clothes appeared at Passionless Cliff. "Qian Nianci, you shouldn't have let them go." One of the women had a displeased expression on her face as she gazed at Qian Nianci. If Qian Nianci hadn't stopped them just now, then the three of them would have been entirely capable of annihilating Yang Yi and his mother even in the Beast Emperor's presence. "Qian Hui, what's the point of making a move against them now?" Qian Nianci said flatly, "Even though Feng Yu is a disciple from my line of disciples, she violated the rules of the palace, so I've been already fulfilled my duty by keeping her alive until now. The reason I let her go isn't out of consideration for past ties, and it's instead because it isn't necessary for us to fight the Beast Emperor to the death right now." "Fight the Beast Emperor to the death? I don't think so." Qian Hui grunted coldly and said, "I don't know why the Beast Emperor was helping them, but I don't think we would fight us to the death for their sakes. I don't believe that Yang Yi is capable of producing something that would make the Beast Emperor risk everything and enter into war with our Flower Palace." Qian Nianci shook her head and said, "Since the Beast Emperor only intended to help Yang Yi rescue his mother, then we should just let him. Our Flower Palace is facing a great enemy right now, and we really can't make a single mistake. Moreover, it's just as the Beast Emperor said, it's meaningless even if they rescued her now." Qian Hui pondered deeply for a moment before a cold glow flashed through her eyes. She said, "But that fellow, Yang Yi, must die. His natural talent in the Sword Dao is comparable to the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, and he'll definitely become a formidable enemy of our Flower Palace if he's given the time to grow. He doesn't have a chance anymore." It was the woman who stood between Qian Hui and Qian Nianci who spoke these words. "Both of you aren't wrong. We shouldn't become enemies with the Beast Emperor right now, even if our Flower Palace isn't afraid of him. Of course, we can't just let this matter go as well. Once we annihilate the Grand Qin Empire, we'll head to the Grand Myriad Mountains to get even with him. As for that fellow, Yang Yi, we'll let him life for some time. No matter how great his natural talent is, he's only at the spirit realm, and it's extremely easy to kill him." When they heard the woman, Qian Hui and Qian Nianci didn't voice their views again, and they just nodded to display their agreement. Obviously, this woman was the leader of the group. The woman suddenly said, "Who did the Grand Qin Empire send to lead the attack against our Flower Palace?" "Bai Qi and Li Si," Qian Hui said in a low voice. "They stepped into the Monarch realm not long ago, and they both have Dao artifacts in their possession. They are very difficult to deal with." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and then a wisp of a solemn expression flashed within them. The two of them were naturally not unfamiliar to her. They were the true trusted subordinates of the founding emperor. Qian Hui grunted coldly and said, The founding emperor really thinks highly of our flower palace by sending the two of them here. He's really mistaken if he thinks he can annihilate our flower palace. This time, our flower palace will definitely annihilate all those dogs of the empire. I really look forward to seeing what sort of expression the founding ancestor would have when Li Si, Bai Qi, and all those troops die at our flower palace. We absolutely can't be careless, the woman said in a low voice. I don't believe that the founding ancestor can't see through the intentions of the other four sects and us. Since he has chosen to attack after seeing through it, then it's clearly that he's confident in his ability just like we are. Even though I don't know where he gets his confidence from or what sort of trump card he possesses, it's best for us to be careful and not act carelessly. Qian Hui puckered her lips yet didn't retort. She just nodded unwillingly while she said in her heart, Martial ancestor is getting more and more cowardly as she ages. What happened to Fairy Qian Huagu, who dared to kill the disciples of the Origin School and dared to talk back to Master? With the Beast Emperor's help, Yang Yi didn't spend too much time to arrive at the Grand Qin Empire. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't notice anyone from the Flower Palace pursuing them all along the way, and had decided that once he saw little Yao, he would take her along and leave the southern territory with their mother. Of course, he would bring Su Qingshi and Qin Siya along as well. He really didn't want to participate in all of this chaos within the southern territory. Since the very beginning, all Head wanted was to be united with his family. So, when he thought about the days he would have in the future, an unprecedented smile of happiness couldn't help but arise on his face. Right when he was about to enter the imperial capital, Feng Yu, who he carried on his back, spoke abruptly. Year, how long more before we see Yaoer? Very soon, Yang Yi hurriedly said. We've arrived at the imperial capital, and she's at the Talisman Masters Association in the imperial capital. My master, Lin Shan, is there with her, so no one in the imperial capital would dare to bully her. There isn't enough time. Feng Yu shook her head and said, Year, put me down. I have some things to tell you. Yang Yi stopped moving when he heard her, and then a strand of fear suddenly arose in his heart, and then it instantly suffused his entire body. Yang Yi suppressed the feeling in his heart and squeezed out a smile as he said, Mother, what do you there isn't enough time? You're already fine. You're fine. We'll be able to see little Yao soon. As he spoke, Yang Yi's tears couldn't help but start flowing for some unknown reason. Feng Yu stretched out her hand to wipe off the tears on his face and said softly, I've been keeping it from you, but Mother is actually dead. What do you mean? Yang Yi was in a slight state of confusion. Mother, you're clearly alive and well. How could you possibly be dead? She really is dead. The Beast Emperor suddenly appeared here. Senior, what do you mean? Yang Yi's gaze was slightly hostile, and his voice carried an enraged tone. There's no vitality within her body, and even her soul was condensed into form by force. Even though she seems like she's alive, it's only an illusion, because there's death energy within her. Once that secret technique that converged her soul disperses, then she'll become a true member of the dead. Moreover, her soul would disperse completely, and she'll be unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Flower Palace is truly cruel. Not only did they kill her, they even refused to give her the chance to be reincarnated, said the Beast Emperor. Senior, you're really formidable, said Feng Yu. The Beast Emperor shook his head, and then stood silently at the side. Feng Yu stroked Yang Yi's cheek and said, The Flower Palace adhered strictly to its rules, and they won't allow anyone that breaks the rules to live. Don't avenge me. At the very least, don't try to avenge me before you possess sufficient strength. Understand? I'm already very satisfied to have been able to see you. Even if my soul disperses, I'm still very satisfied. No. Yang Yi shook his head while pain covered his face, and he said, I won't let you die. I'll definitely be able to save you. Let's go see little Yao. Our family will be together. No one will be able to split us up again. No one. Yang Yi gazed at the Beast Emperor and spoke anxiously. Senior, since you're aware of the Flower Palace's secret technique, then you should know how to remove it, right? Right. The Beast Emperor shook his head and said, It's useless even if I do. because her soul has dispersed and removing the secret technique will only make her soul vanish immediately. Of course, it's the same even if it isn't removed. There's death energy within her body. In other words, the world has taken her to be one of the dead. Can anyone in this world defy the heavens and change the fate of someone? Chapter 441 Origins. When he heard the Beast Emperor mention defying the heavens and changing the fate of someone, Yang Yi thought of the tiny vortex and the little girl within it. Right when he was about to plead for help from the tiny vortex and the little girl, her voice suddenly resounded within his mind. There's no need to beg me, because I'm helpless as well. Her body is completely devoid of vitality, and death energy has appeared within her. So, it's utterly impossible to save her with the ability both the tiny vortex and I possess right now. Didn't Yushi have no vitality as well? Weren't you still able to defy the heavens and change her fate? Yang Yi spoke anxiously in his heart. Her situation was different. She was only on the verge of being devoid of vitality, and there was no death energy within her. So, I only had to go against the laws of this world to rescue her. On the other hand, I would have to go against the supreme laws of the Heaven Tao in order to revive a dead person. Even a Saint Realm expert of this world is incapable of going against the laws of the Heaven Tao. Even the tiny vortex can't accomplish it? Yang Yi's voice carried a trace of madness. In his heart, the tiny vortex was all-powerful, so how could it be unable to accomplish it? How could it be beyond its ability? It can't, or I should say that it can't right now. Unless you've able to take full control of it and utilize its ability to reverse yin and yang. However, you're utterly incapable of wielding the tiny vortex now. Yang Yi instantly fell weakly to the ground. Even the tiny vortex is unable to save her. Could it be that Mother is really going to die just like that? When he thought up to here, a strand of fierce slaughter sword intent suddenly erupted from within him, and then a blood-red glow slowly seeped out from him. At the same time, Yang Yi's eyes started to become crimson red as if had become a demon. The red glow seemed to carry a monstrous intent to kill as it swept towards the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, numerous enormous ditches that were over 6 m wide and over 100 m long appeared. However, the red glow didn't disperse into the air, and it raged incessantly through the space in the distance. 8th level slaughter intent. The Beast Emperor's eyelids twitched. He hadn't imagined that Yang Yi's slaughter sword intent would actually advance to the 8th level at this moment, because the red glow that was emanated from within Yang Yi was a display of slaughter intent that had taken material form. In other words, Yang Yi would be able to utilize pure slaughter intent to kill in the future. Of course, most importantly, Yang Yi's sword intent could take material form without dispersing into the air from now onward. To put it simply, when Yang Yi executed a strand of sword chi enhanced by his sword intent, then the sword intent within that strand of sword chi wouldn't disperse even if his opponent blasted his sword chi into pieces. Of course, the exception to this was when his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Before the 8th level, all intents could only be utilized to suppress and restrain one's opponents, but once intents attained the 8th level, then their might would undergo a qualitative change. In short, Yang Yi could probably even kill some Exalt Realm experts now, because 8th level slaughter sword intent could suppress Exalt Realm experts. Even some 3rd or 4th rank Exalt Realm experts would be extremely afraid of 8th level sword intent, especially slaughter sword intent. Right at this moment, Feng Yu grabbed Yang Yi's hand and called out to him softly with a voice that carried worry and anxiousness. Even though she didn't know what exactly had happened to Yang Yi right now, Yang Yi's appearance was truly shocking, because it wasn't just his eyes that were crimson red. Even his hair was covered in a layer of red light, and the savage expression on his face even horrified her. It was like he'd been doused with cold water when he heard Feng Yu, and the red glow was instantly retracted into his body like tidewater while the clarity in his eyes returned. Yang Yi fell to his knees in front of Feng Yu while a sinister and painful expression covered his face, and the tears that rolled down his face again were actually filled with traces of red. The Beast Emperor glanced at them, and then his figure vanished on the spot, so that Yang Yi and his mother could be alone. Feng Yu held Yang Ye's hand tightly and said in a gentle voice, "Everyone dies, and am really satisfied to have been able to see you before I go. But am still quite worried about you and little Yao. Especially you. You've always had an unyielding and impulsive character since a young age, and once you act on impulse, you disregard all consequences. Promise me that you won't avenge me after I go. Take little Yao with you and leave the Southern Territory and never return again unless you attain the monarch realm, all right?" Yang Yi shook his head with an expression of pain, yet he didn't speak while tears flowed incessantly from his eyes. "Do you want me to die with regrets?" Feng Yu was slightly angry. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid that Yang Yi would do something irrational after she died. Even though Yang Yi had the Beast Emperor's assistance, but the Flower Palace was a sect. If they were willing to pay a certain price, then it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill Yang Yi even if the Beast Emperor were present there. Yang Yi hurriedly said when he saw her get angry, "Don't be angry. I promise, I promise." Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then she pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Year, do you want to know who your father is?" "My father?" Yang Yi shook his head. He was just about to speak when Feng Yu said he was a disciple from the branch line within one of the 4 great clans of the Grand Qin Empire, the Yang clan. "I know you hate him, but it isn't necessary anymore because he's probably dead." There wasn't even a trace of emotional impact in Yang Ye's heart when he heard these words, because besides the time when he was a child, had never thought about his so-called father again once he understood things. It wasn't just him. Even little Yao was the same. Just having their mother was enough for the two of them. Feng Yu didn't intend to speak about the things that happened all those years ago. She gazed towards the distance and remained silent for a moment before she said, "I wasn't always a disciple of the Flower Palace, and I was once the child of a concubine in a hidden clan of the Central Territory. I was framed by a direct line descendant of the clan and forced to leave the Central Territory, so I ended up in the Southern Territory. I never expected that over 20 years would pass after then." A hidden clan? "I never expected that Mother actually possessed such background." Yang Yi said, "Mother, is there anyone you're concerned about in your clan?" Feng Yu shook her head, glanced at Yang Yi, and then hesitated for a while before she said, "Your grandmother had a wish, and it was that she hoped for her grave to be moved to the clan's ancestral hall and obtain the acknowledgement of the clan. Unfortunately, I'll never be able to help her fulfill that wish of hers. I'll fulfill it on your behalf." Yang Yi lowered his head to prevent Feng Yu from noticing the ferocious expression he had while he spoke in a light voice. At this moment, how could he be unable to discern that his mother was giving him her last words? When he thought up to here, the profound energy and killing intent within him couldn't help but surge and seemed as if it would surge out from him at any moment. Feng Yu nodded and said, "With your potential, you'll definitely be able to become an expert in the future. At that time, the clan will definitely allow you to acknowledge the ancestors and return to the clan once they find out that you're my son. You can make the decision yourself if that day really comes, and I won't be against it no matter what your decision is." "Which clan did you belong to, Mother?" Yang Yi would naturally not choose to join that clan, because just their conversation allowed him to discern had his mother really disliked that so-called clan of hers, and she probably had a huge amount of resentment. No, hatred towards that clan. "The Mo clan. I was originally named Mo Shiran, but that was a long time ago. I prefer this name, Feng Yu," said Feng Yu softly. "The Mo clan?" Yang Yi was stunned and said, "The Mo clan that has been enemies with the Shao clan for generations? How did you know?" Feng Yu was astounded. It really is such a coincidence. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he flipped his palm and summoned Xiao Yushi from within the tiny vortex. The surprise in Feng Ye's eyes grew even denser when she saw Xiao Yushi suddenly appear here. Yang Yi took Xiao Yushi's hand and said, "This is my wife, your daughter-in-law, and she's a member of the Shao clan." Xiao Yushi was slightly bashful when she met Feng Yu, and her face turned red when she heard Yang Yi. She glanced at Yang Yi with embarrassment, and then she walked over to Feng Yu and bowed before she said softly, "Mother." Even though her voice was extremely soft, it was very clear as well. Feng Yu was stunned, and then she revealed a delighted expression. She took Xiao Yushi's hand and said, "What a beautiful girl." My year is so lucky. Even though she was a member of the Mo clan, she had never taken herself to be one. So, she didn't feel any aversion or displeasure towards the fact that Xiao Yushi was from the Xiao clan. All he knew was that this was her son's wife. As if Shed thought of something, Feng Yu gazed at Yang Yi and said, I take back what I said. You don't have to join the Mo clan, and don't get mixed into the matters between the Mo clan and the Xiao clan. Just take good care of little Yao, start a family, and live well. Never allow yourself to be swept into any conflicts, understand? She didn't want her son to become a tool of slaughter for the Mo clan in the future. I understand. Yang Yi nodded. Feng Yu hadn't noticed that Yang Yi had clenched his fists so tightly that his nails had sunk deep into his palm. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi while a wisp of pain flashed through her eyes. Because her palm had Yang Yi's blood all over it, and she knew that Yang Yi was definitely in extreme pain right now and was just forcefully restraining himself. Xiao Yushi turned to glance at Feng Yu, and then shock immediately filled her heart. At this moment, Feng Yu's countenance was extraordinarily ghastly pale and without the slightest trace of blood. Moreover, there was a strand of seemingly material black energy at the center of her brows while her gaze was gradually going blank. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then she glanced at Xiao Yushi before she glanced at Yang Yi. There were numerous emotions in her eyes like reluctance, regret, and uneasiness. She gradually stretched out her hand towards Yang Yi's face as she cried out lightly, Year, little Yao. However, her hand stopped right when it was about to touch Yang Yi's face, and then it instantly fell towards the ground. Yang Yi hurriedly grabbed his mother's hand and placed it on his teary face. Xiao Yushi was just about to speak, yet her pupils suddenly constricted, and then her saber dropped to the ground with a clang. Because there was no more color in Feng Yu's eyes anymore, and Shed stopped breathing. Chapter 442, The Mortal Emperor's Sword. Yang Yi didn't go berserk, and he just knelt there before Feng Yu. Since he stepped foot into the sword sect until now, all the effort had exerted were for the sake of allowing his family to live a happier and better life. However, his mother had died, and Shed died because of a rule that the palace master of the Flower Palace had set over 10,000 years ago. Huh. How fucking laughable. A rule that a person who died 10,000 years ago set caused my mother to lose her life. How truly laughable. Hatred. Boundless hatred welled up within him. He hated everyone in the Flower Palace, and he hated himself even more for being incapable. Regret. He regretted not rushing back home earlier before his mother exposed her identity that day. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Xiao Yushi accompanied Yang Yi and knelt there in front of Feng Yu as well. She didn't say anything because it was useless no matter what she said now. All she could do was accompany Yang Yi and share his pain. After a long time passed, Yang Yi helped Xiao Yushi up, and then he placed Feng Yu's corpse into the tiny vortex. After that, he said, Yushi, help me take care of my younger sister, little Yao, who's at the Talisman Masters Association in the Imperial Capital, all right? I can only truly be at ease when she's with you. Xiao Yushi fell silent for a moment before he said, Be careful. She knew Yang Yi was sending her away, and she knew what he intended to do. However, she didn't dissuade him because Yang Yi's gaze told her that no one could change his decision. So, the only thing she could do was support him. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he said, Don't worry, they'll stay alive and well. At the very least, they'll be alive and well until the Flower Palace is completely annihilated. Xiao Yushi walked over to Yang Yi and gave him a light peck on his lips before she said softly, Be careful. If you die, then I definitely won't continue living by myself. So, just take it as you can't die for my sake. Understand? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yushi's figure flashed towards the imperial capital. After she left, the Beast Emperor appeared in front of Yang Yi. You intend to attack the Flower Palace? Asked the Beast Emperor in a low voice. How can I not avenge the death of my mother? Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes tightly while his slaughter intent couldn't help but seep out from him and cause the ground around him to crack. The Beast Emperor remained silent for a moment before he said, With the natural talent and potential you possess, You'll be able to annihilate the Flower Palace with a flick of your finger in less than 100 years. But now, they can annihilate you with a flick of their finger. I can help you stop one Monarch Realm expert at most, so how will you deal with the other two? Moreover, I sensed an extremely obscure aura in the Flower Palace just now. My guess is that the Flower Palace is probably up to something, so it's truly not advisable to fight them to the death right now. Senior, you just have to stop a single Monarch Realm expert. Leave the rest to me, said Yang Yi. You have the support of other experts? The Beast Emperor glanced at Yang Yi with a curious gaze. Yang Yi didn't answer the Beast Emperor's question and said, "The Flower Palace has a formidable enemy right now, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think that the Grand Qin Empire would be very willing to join forces with us." The Beast Emperor sighed and said, "In this way, my Dark Beast Empire will really be tied to you. Kid, I know you're a loyal person, and I know that you'll definitely remember my Dark Beast Empire's help today and won't betray my Dark Beast Empire. However, the most inconstant thing in the world just happens to be the hearts of men. Kid, can I trust you?" "Senior, haven't you already trusted me?" said Yang Yi. The Beast Emperor chuckled and said, "All right, kid, we'll go crazy with you this time." After he obtained the Beast Emperor's answer, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer, and he utilized the 9th Hell Swordwings to transform into a shadow that vanished in the horizon. A noble man gets his revenge, even if it takes 10 years. He, Yang Yi, was no noble man, and he strived to take revenge on the very same day that enmity was formed. Tiger Cloud City. Tiger Cloud City was the city closest to the Flower Palace, and it was also the city which the vassals of the Flower Palace had the weakest amount of influence in. Li Si and Bai Qi had brought 300,000 troops with them. 200,000 were at the First Heaven Realm, almost 90,000 were at the King Realm, and the last 10,000 were Spirit Realm experts. Moreover, there were over 30 Exalt Realm experts amongst their forces as well. It could be said that the military strength that the Grand Qin Empire had dispatched to the Flower Palace was only inferior to the Origin School. "What's the current status of the Flower Palace?" Li Si asked an Exalt Realm officer who stood in front of him within Tiger Cloud City. Bai Qi was by Li Si's side, and there were over 20 Exalt Realm experts standing further away. "Prime Minister, the Flower Palace hasn't taken any unusual action. The Origin School, Ghost Sect, Snow Palace, and Bright Moon Sect have been surrounded by our forces, so they're utterly unable to dispatch forces to assist the Flower Palace. I think that we can attack," said the officer in a serious tone. Li Si shook his head and said, "The more it's like that, the more uneasy I feel. Qian Huagu isn't an idiot. Since she dared debate our Grand Qin Empire to attack, then they're probably scheming against our empire. Moreover, they seem extremely steady like a rock even when the army of my empire has pressed down onto their borders, and the entire Flower Palace doesn't show a single trace of disorder. I presume that they wish for nothing more than to see us attack them. Prime Minister, we can't just stay here idly as well," said another one of the officers. "Indeed." Bai Qi spoke in agreement. Li Si shook his head and said, "Of course we want. If I'm not wrong, then Wang Jian, who's besieging the Bright Moon Sect, should be on the verge of capturing it, right?" Right at this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation arose here, and then a voice arose from there. "Prime Minister, there's a change in the situation. Marquis Wang Jian and all the forces he led to the Bright Moon Sect were annihilated, and the cause of their death is unknown. I've sent scouts, but none have returned." The expressions of everyone within the hall changed upon hearing this. After all, Wang Jian was a first-rank Monarch Realm expert, and had even taken over 20 Exalt Realm experts and 20,000-plus troops with him. So, how could the Bright Moon Sect possibly annihilate them? Moreover, not a single one of them had been able to escape. After all, the Bright Moon Sect only possessed a single Monarch Realm expert and over 10 Exalt Realm experts. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang suddenly resounded from the outside. At practically the exact same instant that the explosion resounded, both Li Si and Bai Qi vanished on the spot and appeared in the sky above Tiger Cloud City. In their fields of vision, an area of a few hundred kilometers had been transformed into ruins. "It's a Monarch Realm expert," Both of them exchanged glances, and there was a solemn gaze in both their eyes. Because this expert had actually been able to avoid their divine sense and arrive at Tiger Cloud City without making a single sound. In other words, that person's strength was definitely above their own. Bang! Suddenly, their pupils constricted, and then their figures flickered and instantly vanished on the spot. Right after the two of them vanished, an enormous palm that was over 1 kilometer wide had appeared out of thin air and slapped down onto that expanse of space which they resided at just now. That expanse of space rumbled and exploded into pieces to reveal a pitch-black and enormous hole, and it was only repaired by the energy of the laws after a few breaths of time passed. The two of you were actually able to avoid my attack? I never expected that such Monarch Realm experts existed in the Southern Territory. Along with this voice, an old man who wore an embroidered robe had appeared in midair and met the gazes of Li Si and Bai Qi. He's at least at the 3rd rank of the Monarch Realm. Li Si and Bai Qi's hearts shook while their expressions turned solemn. You're not a profounder from the Southern Territory. Li Si spoke with a heavy voice while a white ruler appeared in his hand. How discerning of you. The old man laughed coldly and said, I'm an honorary elder of the exalted Han Empire in the Central Territory, and my name is Situ Hai. The exalted Han Empire. Li Si and Bai Qi's expressions changed, and then Li Si said in a heavy voice, there doesn't seem to be any conflict or enmity between my Grand Qin Empire and the exalted Han Empire, right? So why have you come to the Southern Territory, and why do you assist the Flower Palace? At this moment, both of them understood where the Flower Sect and the other sects got their confidence from. It turned out that it was from this extraordinary overlord of the Central Territory. However, Li Si and Bai Qi couldn't figure out why the exalted Han Empire would come over and assist the sects of the Southern Territory. After all, a huge price had to be paid in order to allow these Monarch Realm experts to pass through the barrier between territories. There was no conflict in the past, but there is now. Situ Hai chuckled and said, I presume you're still not aware of it. Besides the Sword Sect, all the other 5 of the 6 great powers in the Southern Territory have sided with my exalted Han Empire and have become vassals of my exalted Han Empire. So, your Grand Qin Empire's actions of attacking them is equivalent to attacking my exalted Han Empire. Understand? How could that be possible? Tempestuous waves surged through Li Si's heart. How could the Origin School and the other sects choose to become vassals of the exalted Han Empire? All of them, and even my Grand Qin Empire, are nothing in the Central Territory, but everyone is used to being superior in the Southern Territory. So, how could they have chosen to become the servants of others? Moreover, how exactly did this expert of the exalted Han Empire come to the Southern Territory? Why was he not affected by the barrier between territories at all? Why can't it be possible? Situ Hai laughed coldly and said, All right, let's get to the point. I merely came here to tell you that my exalted Han Empire's experts and the Soul Eater Corps will arrive at the Southern Territory soon. If you Grand Qin Empire wants to life and maintain its throne, then surrender. Otherwise, how exactly did all of you come to the Southern Territory? Li Si asked in a low voice. Even a 7th-rank Monarch Realm expert can't traverse the barrier between territories and remain unaffected. You are at the 4th rank of the Monarch Realm at most. Yet not only have you been able to pass through the barrier, you are completely unaffected by it. Could it be that the barrier has become useless and the continent is about to join into one? Have you heard of the Mortal Emperor Sword? Said Situ Hai. Li Si's pupils constricted, and he cried out involuntarily. The Mortal Emperor Sword has acknowledged an owner? How could that be possible? How can a true Mortal Emperor still appear in the continent? How could this be possible? The Mortal Emperor Sword had many uses, and one of it was the ability to disregard all barriers and seals on Profounder Continent. Because the Mortal Emperor Sword was a natural Dao artifact that had been born along with this world. Dao artifacts were divided into natural and artificial Dao artifacts. The dark treasures in both Li Si and Bai Qi's possessions were Dao artifacts, but they were artificial Dao artifacts. On the other hand, the Mortal Emperor Sword was a natural Dao artifact, and it was one that had been born along with this world. Chapter 443, Shocking Change in the Situation. Li Si was extraordinarily shocked. Compared to the mortal emperor's sword, he felt even greater shock from the appearance of the mortal emperor. The mortal emperor had only appeared once during the prehistoric age a few tens of thousands of years ago, and only a total of 3 had appeared in the world. What was the mortal emperor? According to legend, the mortal emperor was the messenger of the world and managed the world on behalf of the heavens and the earth. This legend was based on facts because every single mortal emperor had united the entire continent. All territories would submit once the mortal emperor's sword appears. The appearance of the mortal emperor represented that the continent was about to be united, because the seals and barriers throughout the various territories would cease to exist before the mortal emperor's sword. Simply speaking, from that moment onward, all the residents of the various territories could travel freely between each other, and they wouldn't be restricted by the barriers between territories. Now you know why the Origin School and those other sects have sided with my exalted Han Empire, right? Situ Hai said coldly, the mortal emperor is aware that your Grand Qin Empire would definitely not submit that easily, so he ordered us to give your empire a small lesson. Both of you seem to possess pretty good strengths, are skilled at leading troops, and capable at managing an empire. If the 2 of you are willing to submit to the mortal emperor, then not only can you avoid death, the mortal emperor will even put both of you in important positions. What a joke! Bai Qi laughed coldly while he pointed his saber at Situ Hai and said, You want us to surrender and betray our emperor? How truly laughable! Allow me, Bai Qi, to experience exactly how formidable the monarch realm experts of the Central Territory are. He swung his saber as soon as he finished speaking, and then a blood-red glow that was over 100 m wide and 300 m long tore through space as it slashed down towards Situ Hai. You're courting death. Situ Hai waved his palm, causing an enormous to flash into appearance and instantly slapped apart that blood-red glow from Bai Qi. Right at this moment, an enormous milky white glow flashed from the tip of the ruler of righteousness in Li Si's hand, and it instantly arrived before Situ Hai. The latter's expression changed slightly. He swiftly stomped space with his right leg, causing it to instantly rumble and shatter into pieces while his figure immediately vanished from amidst the shattered-apart rift in space. You're truly courting death. All of you'll definitely perish once the mortal emperor leads the army into the southern territory. Situ Hai's voice resounded from afar. Bai Qi and Li Si's expressions were extremely solemn as they watched Situ Hai leave. Our Grand Qin Empire is truly in danger if the exalted Han Empire has joined in. Right at this moment, the space in front of them was suddenly torn apart, and then a middle-aged man who wore a robe embroidered with dragons had suddenly walked out from within the rift. It was exactly the founding emperor. When they saw the founding emperor, Bai Qi and Li Si finally understood why Situ Hai had fled just now. Emperor. Bai Qi and Li Si bowed. The founding emperor waved his hand and said, Unfortunately, I was a step too late. Otherwise, I'd have definitely killed that fellow. As soon as he finished speaking, the founding emperor pondered deeply before he continued. Withdraw the entire army to Olympia City that's behind the Great Wall and use Olympia City as an outpost. After that, assume the coiling dragon formation and stand on the defensive there. Bai Qi bowed to the founding emperor before he turned around and left to prepare. Li Si pondered deeply for a moment and said, What about the people in the cities outside the Great Wall? Abandon them. The founding emperor spoke decisively. My empire doesn't possess sufficient military strength, so it's utterly unable to take care of all the cities. So long as Olympia City isn't lost, then the army of that so-called mortal emperor would be unable to enter the core of my empire and cause lethal harm to my empire. As for the cities outside the Great Wall, the founding emperor pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Issue the order for all profounders to retreat from these cities to Olympia City. What about the commoners? Their fate is up to the heavens. Li Si sighed lightly in his heart but didn't speak another word, because even more residents of the Grand Qin Empire would perish if they didn't act in this way. In next to no time, all the troops of the empire had retreated to Olympia City, and they'd gone from an offensive position to a defensive one. At the same time, Yang Yi had arrived at the foot of Peony Peak in the Flower Palace. Feng Yu had told him not to take revenge before she died, but how could he not avenge his mother? Yang Yi knew that his actions were very impulsive and insensible, and he was really courting death by coming to the Flower Palace. However, had still done so. Feng Ye's death had caused the killing intent in Yang Ye's heart to rise to an extreme, and he would go mad if he didn't kill. One had to pass through the 12 peaks of the Flower Palace in order to arrive at Flower Hall, and these 12 peaks were a barrier that stood before the Flower Palace and was managed by 12 Exalt Realm experts of the Flower Palace. Only by passing through these 12 peaks could one arrive at the main hall of the Flower Palace, Flower Hall. At the foot of Peony Peak, Yang Yi held the ancient sheath in his left hand while Void Flash laid in his right palm, and the 9th Hell Swordwings resided on his back. Mother, watch me from the heavens and see how I avenge you. Yang Yi took a deep breath before he stepped onto the steps on the mountain, and had just done so when 2 Spirit Realm experts of the Flower Palace flashed down from Peony Peak. Who are you? This is the Flower Palace. Unrelated people. Yang Yi swung Void Flash, and then the voice of that female disciple had stopped abruptly, because the blade of a sword had suddenly swept through her neck, and then her head flew into the air. Who are you? The other disciple was astounded. However, another ray of light flashed, and then her head flew into the air as well. After he instantly annihilated these Spirit Realm experts of the Flower Palace, the killing intent Yang Yi emanated grew even denser. Right at this moment, the pearl of baleful blood flew out from within him, and it revolved as the blood and resentment of those 2 women were instantly absorbed by it. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at the pearl of baleful blood, and then he paid no further attention to it. Since he had the tiny vortex, sword spirit, and white dragon with him, it didn't make a difference no matter how strong the pearl of baleful blood became, as it would only benefit him in the end. Yang Ye's figure flashed towards the top of Peony Peak, yet had just flown 300 m up when over 100 disciples of the Flower Palace swarmed down from the top of the mountain. There were over 10 Spirit Realm experts amongst them, but most were Peak King Realm experts. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at my Flower Palace? The woman in the lead pointed a finger at Yang Yi as she shouted furiously. The answer she received was a ray of light from a sword, and it flashed by before the woman in the lead was instantly annihilated. The others by her side were astounded, and they were just about to attack when an extremely bloody and terrifying strand of slaughter sword intent suddenly crashed down upon them like a mountain. The circulation of profound energy within their body stopped for a moment while their bodies almost fell weakly to the ground. Yang Yi swung Void Flash again, and then a ray of light flashed before dozens of disciples before him were instantly annihilated. With another swing of his sword, the remaining disciples didn't even have the chance to resist before they were chopped apart at the waist. Had killed over 10 Spirit Realm experts and around 100 King Realm Profounders with a swing of his sword. Besides few people, no one else beneath the Exalt Realm throughout Profounder Continent could resist the combination of his 8th level Slaughter Sword intent and Void Flash. Yang Yi withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it in his pocket to absorb the energy within it, and then he flapped the 9th Hell Swordwings and transformed into a ray of light that flashed into the sky. Right when he was about to step foot onto the peak of the mountain, a strand of sword chi had slashed over horizontally. It was an Exalt Realm expert. Yang Yi laughed coldly as the ancient sheath shook lightly, and then the strand of sword chi was instantly absorbed by the ancient sheath. At the same time, Yang Yi stepped foot onto the peak of the mountain. A middle-aged woman was looking coldly at him from over 30 m away, and she had a sword in her hand. There were a few dozen Spirit Realm experts, a few hundred King Realm and First Heaven Realm Profounders around her. The middle-aged woman's name was Feng Ru, and she was the Peak Master of Peony Peak. Moreover, she was a 3rd-rank Exalt Realm expert. Feng Ru glanced at the ancient sheath in Yang Ye's hand, and then her eyelids twitched while her expression turned solemn. She said, "The Sword Emperor's ancient sheath. You're Yang Yi. You." As she spoke, her expression changed slightly because she sensed a strand of sword intent pressed down upon her, and the others like an enormous mountain. Some of the First Heaven Realm Profounders at the side were directly smashed to the ground by the pressure from this sword intent, while some king realm profounders lost all intent to fight and only had terror within them. Moreover, the brows of some of the spirit realm experts had knit together tightly, their countenances had turned ghastly pale, and their breathing was rapid. When the pressure of this sword intent pressed down upon her, even Feng Ru's profound energy showed signs of slowing down, while a feeling that he was impossible to resist had arisen within her mind. It's at least 8th level sword intent. All of them were astounded. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart before 200 swords shot into the sky from within the tiny vortex. These 200 swords were instantly enhanced by his slaughter sword intent before transforming into 200 rays of blood-red light that shot violently towards the disciples of the Flower Palace. How terrifying was this sword formation while being enhanced by 8th level slaughter sword intent? In just an instant, Feng Ru knew that it was absolutely impossible for these disciples by her side to resist this sword formation. Right when she intended to lend them a hand, Yang Yi had arrived in front of her, and then his sword slashed forward as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. Feng Ru's expression changed slightly when she noticed this, and then she suddenly shouted, "Spatial cage!" As soon as she spoke, Yang Yi's sword had suddenly stopped and was frozen in midair. A wisp of joy arose in her heart upon witnessing this. However, that sword, which should have been frozen in midair, had suddenly stabbed towards her neck like a venomous snake. Feng Ru was astounded by this development. His sword can actually struggle free of my spatial cage? This wasn't the time to be shocked. Feng Ru didn't dare go head-on against Yang Yi's sword that was enhanced by 8th level slaughter sword intent, and she was just about to dodge when she heard Yang Yi shout lightly, "Sword domain!" As soon as he spoke, the sword domain instantly enveloped Feng Ru, and then her figure that was just about to flash away had slowed down. On the other hand, the sword in Yang Yi's hand instantly sped up by at least 10 times, and then a ray of light flashed before Feng Ru's eyes opened wide. "Sword domain!" Feng Ru gazed at him with disbelief, and she had just finished speaking these 2 words when blood started flowing slowly from her neck. A gust of wind blew over, and it instantly pushed her head off her neck, causing fresh blood to spray like a fountain. After he finished Feng Ru with a single swung to the neck, Yang Yi took out another extreme-grade energy stone and started absorbing the energy within it before he gazed at the disciples of the Flower Palace who were resisting his sword formation. He stomped the ground lightly with his right foot, and then he directly vanished on the spot while relying on the propulsion of the 9th Hell Sword Wings and arrived amidst those disciples. Rays of light flashed as countless shrill cries resounded incessantly, and all the disciples of the Flower Palace here had been annihilated in less than 3 breaths of time. The pearl of baleful blood seemed as if it had obtained a priceless treasure, and it revolved swiftly before Yang Yi while the blood and resentment of those disciples of the Flower Palace were instantly absorbed by it. "Yang Yi, how audacious of you! How dare you attack my Flower Palace?" A furious roar rumbled like a thunderclap in the sky above Yang Yi, and then a gorgeous flower petal tore through space and swept towards Yang Yi. It was a monarch realm expert. Chapter 444, A Bloody Battle in the Flower Palace. Part 1/2. Chapter 444, A Bloody Battle in the Flower Palace. Part 1/2. That petal was caught between 2 fingers, and they didn't belong to Yang Yi but the Beast Emperor. As he gazed at the petal in his hand, the Beast Emperor exerted a little strength, and it instantly transformed into a pile of powder. A Monarch Realm expert of the Flower Palace actually attacked a Spirit Realm Profounder? Isn't that a little too embarrassing? The Beast Emperor spoke indifferently as he gazed towards a spot in space. A wave of fluctuation arose in space, and then Qian Hui, Qian Nianci, and Qian Huagu appeared here on the top of Peony Peak. "Beast Emperor, do you really intend to become enemies with my Flower Palace for his sake?" Qian Huagu spoke in a low voice. The Beast Emperor chuckled lightly and said, "I'm sorry. I'm just acting according to my deal with him." Qian Huaga's face fell while Qian Hui laughed coldly and said, "Beast Emperor, even your Dark Beast Empire will be in danger soon. Yet you still have the time to stand up for others? How laughable. Moreover, do you really think you can protect him today?" The Beast Emperor was extremely formidable, But no matter how formidable he was, could he go against all three of them? What if you count us in? Right at this moment, the founding emperor, Li Si, and Bai Qi suddenly appeared here. The expressions on the faces of Qian Huagu and the others turned gloomy upon seeing the founding emperor's group. Obviously, they hadn't expected that the founding emperor of Grand Qin Emperor would actually lend Yang Yi a hand. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by their arrival at all, because it was exactly Yang Yi who had asked the founding emperor to come here. The Grand Qin Empire was facing enemies on all fronts right now, and it was even facing a formidable enemy, Exalted Han Empire. So, when Yang Yi had mentioned allowing the Grand Qin Empire and the Dark Beast Empire to form an alliance, the founding emperor had practically not hesitated to agree. In the founding emperor's opinion, this wasn't the time to pay any attention to whether his allies were of the same race as him and if they had other malicious intentions, because everything would be meaningless if the Grand Qin Empire were gone. Haha, I never expected that the founding emperor of the Grand Qin Empire would actually form an alliance with the Dark Beast Empire's Beast Emperor. Qian Huagu spoke with a gloomy expression. However, do the two of you think just the two of you would be able to destroy my flower palace? Brother Situ, will you still not show yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, Situ Hai had appeared here as well. Along with the arrival of Situ Hai, the number of Monarch Realm experts on both sides had become equal. Qian Huaga's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though their numbers were equal, she knew that her side was weaker. Because both the founding emperor and beast emperor were peak 5th rank Monarch Realm experts, whereas only she was at the 5th rank of the Monarch Realm, whereas Situ Hai and her two junior sisters were merely at the 4th rank and 3rd rank of the Monarch Realm. If only Yu Linglong wasn't injured by the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, otherwise. Qian Huagu shook her head slowly. But the Origin School, Ghost Sect, Snow Palace, and Bright Moon Sect should have received my transmission talisman. So why haven't they dispatched any experts? Are you waiting for the experts from the Origin School and the others? Meanwhile, the founding emperor suddenly said, if you are, then I advise you to stop, because the Beast Emperor and I have dispatched experts to obstruct them. If they dare to assist your flower palace, then the experts of my Grand Qin Empire and the Dark Beast Empire will slaughter their sections. So, they won't come to your rescue. When he spoke up to hear, the founding ancestor suddenly looked at Situ Hai and said, as for the mortal emperor of your exalted Han Empire, I presume he's definitely unable to bring his army to the southern territory right now. Even though I don't know the reason behind it, he should be unable to come right now, right? Situ Hai's heart shook because he knew the founding emperor was right. The mortal emperor was really unable to come to the southern territory for now, because along with the appearance of the mortal emperor, contention and conflict for power had arisen within the exalted Han Empire. The mortal emperor was dealing with the internal conflict within the exalted Han Empire right now and solidifying his position and authority. The reason the mortal emperor had dispatched him and the others to the southern territory was merely because the mortal emperor was worried the Grand Qin Empire would unite the southern territory. After all, it would make it much for difficult for him to subdue the southern territory then. However, the mortal emperor will come in the end. Situ Hai said coldly at that time, I hope you'll be able to be as calm and indifferent as you are right now. The founding emperor laughed with disdain and said, even if he's the mortal emperor and ruler of all Hood acknowledged by this world. But so what? What does my Grand Qin Empire have to fear? Let's not waste our breaths. Since your exalted Han Empire intends to interfere in the matters of the southern territory, then well, just fight it out. The victor will naturally be decided in the future. Situ Hai grunted coldly, and then he fell silent. The founding emperor glanced at Yang Yi and said, how many you're able to kill today will depend entirely on your own ability. No experts above the Exalt Realm will be able to act against you. However, you have to deal with the Exalt Realm experts by yourself. Because while we are stopping them, they're stopping us as well. So, your fate depends entirely on your own strength. Understood. Yang Yi nodded, and then he paid no further attention to Qian Huagu and the others. His figure flashed down the mountain. Qian Huagu and the others didn't stop him, nor were they capable of stopping him, because the founding emperor and the others had locked onto them, so the slightest unusual movement they made would bring down a volley of attacks against them. I think that all of us have no need to fight. Meanwhile, the Beast Emperor suddenly said, with the strengths we possess, it would at least take 10 days to 15 days of battle to decide on a victor, and it would take a few months to decide life and death. However, it's very obvious that both our sides have no intention to fight to the death. Since it's like that, then fighting amongst ourselves is completely meaningless. Beast Emperor, are you that confident in Yang Yi? Are you so sure that he'll be able to go against the countless experts of my flower palace with a strength at the spirit realm? Qian Huagu spoke coldly. Let's wait and see. The Beast Emperor smiled and said, we'll withdraw immediately if he dies, and all of you will stay put peacefully while he's alive, all right? I agree. Situ Hai said, I don't believe that Kid will be able to go against the entire flower palace with a cultivation at the spirit realm. Qian Huagu fell silent for a short, while before she agreed to the Beast Emperor's suggestion in the end. After all, she had no other choice because her refusal would lead to a battle between them, and a battle between them was utterly meaningless. However, there was slight uneasiness in her heart as she wondered why the founding emperor and Beast Emperor would be so confident in Yang Yi. After all, even though Monarch Realm experts wouldn't be interfering in the battle, the Flower Palace still possessed numerous Exalt Realm experts, and there were a few 9th rank Exalt Realm experts as well. It was already very heaven-defying for Yang Yi to be capable of surmounting a realm of cultivation and annihilating a 3rd rank Exalt Realm expert. But could he go so far as to kill a 9th rank Exalt Realm expert? The answer was that it was impossible. Even the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect wasn't that monstrous during his time. So, Yang Yi would definitely die. The second peak was Bamboo Peak, and the Peak Master, Feng Min, was already prepared for battle when he arrived at its peak. However, Feng Min was all alone because profounders below the Exalt Realm were of no threat to Yang Yi. As for Exalt Realm experts, the Flower Palace did possess many Exalt Realm experts, but was it necessary to order numerous Exalt Realm experts to jointly attack in order to kill a Spirit Realm profounder? The Flower Palace was a large sect, so it couldn't afford to lose face like that, especially when so many powers of the Southern Territory would be watching. Feng Min was a profounder at the 4th rank of the Exalt Realm, and her strength was comparatively lower amongst the 12 Peak Masters. However, the Flower Palace felt that she was sufficient to kill Yang Yi. Did they need to utilize a profounder at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm or above in order to kill a 2nd rank Spirit Realm profounder? It was entirely unnecessary in the Flower Palace's opinion, and they felt that they were already thinking very highly of Yang Yi by dispatching a 4th rank Exalt Realm profounder. Feng Min didn't underestimate Yang Yi. Even if this sword cultivator who possessed the enlightened sword heart and 8th level slaughter sword intent was merely at the spirit realm, she didn't dare underestimate him, especially the slaughter sword intent Yang Yi possessed, because even she was extremely fearful of it. If Yang Yi was at the Exalt Realm, then she wouldn't be confident in her ability at all. No, it would even be to the extent that she wouldn't even have the courage to face him. However, Yang Yi was merely at the spirit realm. The gap in their cultivations caused her to be confident in her ability to kill him. Feng Min didn't waste her breath at all, and she grasped her hand in Yang Yi's direction as she shouted, "Spatial cage." She hadn't wasted her breath because it was completely meaningless, and she utilized her full strength as soon as she attacked. The space Yang Yi resided in froze. But in the next moment, a strand of red light suddenly surged from within him, and a light bang resounded as Feng Min's spatial cage was destroyed by Yang Yi's 8th level slaughter sword intent. Feng Min's eyelids twitched when she witnessed this scene, while shock arose in her heart. Even though she knew Yang Yi's strength wasn't bad, she hadn't imagined that he would actually be able to destroy her spatial cage with such ease. Yang Yi's strength had surpassed her expectations. The wings on Yang Yi's back flapped swiftly, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. He instantly arrived before Feng Min, and then a ray of light flashed as void flash swept towards her throat. Feng Min's figure flashed, vanished on the spot, and appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by this at all, and void flash didn't slow down at all as it continued to sweep forward. However, The only difference was that Void Flash's blade had pierced into space while Feng Min was horrified, because Shed just appeared behind Yang Yi and hadn't even had the chance to attack when the tip of a sword had shockingly appeared before her neck, and the cold glow that suffused it caused her hairs to instantly stand on end. She was just about to evade, yet a strand of invisible energy suddenly appeared around her, and it caused the space in her surroundings to freeze momentarily. Just this instant of delay allowed that sword to sweep through her neck. It's the energy of domain. It's the sword domain. The expressions of Qian Huagu and the others changed when they witnessed this scene. In the past, there had been rumors that Yang Yi possessed the sword domain, but they didn't believe it. After all, Yang Yi was so young, so how could he possibly possess it? Yet now, they had no choice but to believe it. Qian Huagu and the others had extremely unsightly expressions because Yang Yi was a sword cultivator who possessed the sword domain and 8th level slaughter sword intent. Most importantly, he was only around the age of 20. If he's allowed to grow, then he'll definitely become another expert on par with the sword sect's founding ancestor. Most importantly, such a monstrous genius was a mortal enemy of the Flower Palace. Regret. Qian Huagu was truly filled with regret. If I hadn't punished Feng Yu at that time and accepted her back into the sect, then it would be equivalent to the Flower Palace possessing an extraordinary genius. Even though the rules of the sect disallowed it, she believed that the founding ancestor would definitely support her decision if she were still alive. After all, such a peerless genius was worthy of making the Flower Palace make an exception for him. Unfortunately, not only had it not obtained such a peerless genius, the Flower Palace had made him into a peerless enemy in the future. Sentencing Feng Yu to death was truly a wrong decision. At this moment, it wasn't just Qian Huagu who thought in this way. Even Qin Nianzi and Qin Hui had similar thoughts in their hearts. At this moment, Situ Hai had a solemn expression on his face. Even if he's only at the spirit realm right now, but once a sword emperor who has comprehended sword domain matures, he would definitely become a peerless existence. This Flower Palace is truly idiotic. They actually completely offended such a genius and became mortal enemies with him. Once they failed to destroy him and allow him to mature, then wouldn't he be able to annihilate the Flower Palace in an instant? Situ Hai glanced at Qian Huagu and the others while he shook his head and said to himself, "They really are a bunch of pig-headed idiots." On the other hand, the founding emperor and beast emperor seemed to be taking pleasure in the Flower Palace's misfortune. They offended such a peerless genius yet are unable to kill him. This flower place is bound to suffer a tragedy. Actually, there's no need to wait for the future because they're suffering a tragedy right now. Chapter 445, A Bloody Battle in the Flower Palace. Part 2 halves. Chapter 445, A Bloody Battle in the Flower Palace. Part 2 halves. After he killed Feng Min, Yang Yi withdrew another extreme-grade energy stone and placed it in his pocket. Void Flash truly exhausted a huge amount of profound energy, and even with the profound energy he possessed, he could only utilize its ability to pierce through space 3 times. If he didn't possess these extreme-grade energy stones and profound energy reserves that far exceeded profounders at the same level of cultivation, he wouldn't dare utilize Void Flash at all. Head only dared to utilize Void Flash and the 9th Hell Swordwing so fearlessly because he possessed enough extreme-grade energy stones to provide an unending supply of profound energy to him. It was also the reason he could display strength that exceeded his ordinary ability. The current strength he revealed was something that had been boosted by the power of wealth. After the Pearl of Baleful Blood absorbed Feng Min's blood, Yang Yi walked towards Bamboo Hall that was situated on Bamboo Peak, because he sensed that numerous disciples of the Flower Palace were within it. The enmity between him and the Flower Palace was irreconcilable, and no one or thing could change that. Since it was irreconcilable, then he intended to kill them all, especially at this moment. After all, such an opportunity was difficult to come by. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving when he arrived at the entrance to Bamboo Hall, because a wave of fluctuation had appeared in the space over 30 m in front of him. After that, a middle-aged woman appeared there. The middle-aged woman held a sword in her hand while a strand of fierce sword intent swept out incessantly from within her, and the space in its path crackled as her sword intent tore it apart. 7th level sword intent. Yang Ye's expression grew slightly solemn because this Exalt Realm expert before him was actually a sword cultivator. Moreover, she was a sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. How surprising. It's the sword fairy, Fengjian. Li Si frowned slightly in midair while Bai Qi's brows had knit together a little as well, because the sword fairy was in existence of the same generation as them. Even though she was only a 5th-rank Exalt Realm profounder right now, her reputation all those years ago was like the scorching sun in the midday sky, and it even surpassed their reputations. However, for some unknown reason, Shed suddenly vanished from the Southern Territory, and this lasted for over 10 years of time, and her cultivation had been constantly stuck at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm once she showed herself again. Li Si and Bai Qi hadn't expected that the Flower Palace would actually dispatch her. Yang Ye's in danger this time. Fengjian glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. Her eyes were calm and composed, and only the sword in her hand was howling lightly. Both of them exchanged glances. In the next moment, the 9th hell sword wings on Yang Ye's back flapped, and then a gust of violent winds arose as Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Clang! The clear and melodious sound of metal colliding resounded, and then Yang Yi returned to where he stood earlier while Fengjian was standing on the spot. However, the sword in her hand had split into 2 halves. Yang Ye's expression became serious. Even though her sword had been broken, he was in a disadvantaged position during that collision, because Shed resisted the suppression from his sword intent and had still been able to push him back. Even though his slaughter sword intent was a level higher than her sword intent, his cultivation was far inferior to hers. The gap between their cultivations became obvious once more. Fengjian suddenly said, "You're senior sister Fengye's son?" Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't attack and was just about to speak, but he suddenly shook his head and laughed with self-ridicule. It's meaningless no matter what her relationship with Mother is because Mother is already dead. I'm very sorry about your mother. I owe her my life, yet I'm unable to repay her anymore," said Fengjian in a low voice. "You still can. Move aside and allow me to slaughter all those disciples in there, and you can consider yourself to have repaid your debt. All right?" Yang Yi had a slightly ferocious expression on his face as he spoke these words. Fengjian frowned slightly, glanced at Yang Yi, and then sighed lightly upon noticing that Yang Ye's eyes were completely red. "Your natural talent is very good, and it's the best I've ever seen. However, you're utterly unable to shake the Flower Palace right now. Even if I move aside, someone else would step forward to stop you, and that person would only be even stronger than me. You'll still have a chance at survival if you retreat now." "Retreat?" Yang Yi laughed with madness and said, "Then who will avenge my mother? Cut the fucking crap. Since you refuse to move aside, then it'll go over your dead body." As he spoke, Yang Yi suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot as he utilized the rapid shift technique. He instantly arrived before Fengjian, and the void flash swept forward swiftly. The latter's expression changed slightly, and she didn't dare act carelessly at all. Her figure shook a little before she vanished on the spot and appeared behind Yang Yi, and then the new sword which had suddenly appeared in her grasp stabbed forcefully towards Yang Ye's back. However, Yang Yi didn't dodge this attack, and Void Flash maintained its momentum and swept ahead. It pierced through space before its tip suddenly appeared behind Fengjian, causing her expression to change slightly. However, she didn't dodge and just increased the strength she exerted in her attack. Both sword cultivators hadn't chosen to evade, and they intended to exchange lethal blows. Fengjian's sword stabbed onto Yang Ye's body first. However, her expression suddenly changed when that happened because her sword couldn't go any further. Meanwhile, Void Flash had stabbed her back, and it easily stabbed through her skin. But Feng Yu directly vanished on the spot when the Void Flash's tip had pierced through her skin, and she appeared over 100 away. Spatial teleportation. Yang Yi retracted his sword and gazed at Fengjian with a very solemn expression. He hadn't expected that she would actually be able to execute spatial teleportation and avoid his attack at such a moment. The grasp of space that a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert possesses is really much greater than the other Exalt Realm experts of the Flower Palace who I've faced. Exactly what sort of monster are you? At this moment, Feng Jin's expression was solemn as well, and her eyes were filled with shock as she gazed at him. She had never imagined that she would actually be almost killed by a spirit realm profounder one day. Yes, she would be dead if her reaction wasn't sufficiently swift just now. A 2nd-rank spirit realm profounder had almost killed a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never believe it was possible. Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he just stabbed Void Flash swiftly towards the space in front of him. Feng Jin's pupils constricted, and she didn't hesitate to vanish on the spot and appear over 30 m away. However, she was just about to descend to the ground when her pupils constricted once more because the tip of a sword had directly appeared where she was about to land, and she seemed as if she was moving towards it. Feng Jin forcefully twisted her body at the critical moment and prevented Void Flash from stabbing a vital point on her body. So, the stab that would have struck her heart had instantly pierced through her left chest instead. Yang Yi was about to swing his sword again, but a wave of emptiness arose from within him, and it was because the profound energy within the tiny vortex had dried up from overuse. Yang Yi grunted coldly and kept Void Flash within the tiny vortex before his figure flashed and arrived in front of Feng Jin. At the same time, the dragon claws flashed into appearance and his claws grabbed onto Feng Jin's shoulders. Yang Yi was just about to exert strength and tear this woman into two. But right at this moment, Feng Jin suddenly revealed a strange smile and shouted, "Spatial teleportation." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them entered into space. At this moment in the sky, the expressions on the faces of the founding emperor, the Beast Emperor, and the others on their side had changed violently, whereas delight arose onto the faces of everyone on Qian Huaga's side. Tearing space open to accomplish teleportation required a certain grasp of space, because only then could one survive the extremely dangerous spatial rifts and accomplish teleportation. However, Yang Yi was only at the spirit realm right now, so he was utterly unable to grasp the profundities of space. Since he hadn't grasped them, then how could he survive a spatial rift? Entering a spatial rift and experiencing the chaotic flow of space within it was sufficient to tear Yang Yi into bits. Haha, Beast Emperor, Founding Emperor, the outcome is decided. What do the two of you think? Qian Huagu beamed as she gazed at the Beast Emperor and Founding Ancestor, and her smile was as brilliant as 100 flowers blooming at the same time. However, right at this moment, the space below trembled before a spatial rift appeared before their eyes. After that, two figures fell out from within it. The smile on Qian Huaga's face had suddenly stiffened when she saw them, whereas a smile had appeared on the faces of the Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor, because one of those two people was Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was still breathing. Even though his clothes were in rags, he was still breathing, and it meant that Yang Yi was still alive. What a shocking little fellow. The Beast Emperor laughed lightly. After he left the spatial rift, Yang Yi broke out in cold sweat as he recalled the terrifying scenes that had witnessed within it. Had almost died earlier. Yes, if it weren't for the mortal Emperor armor, then even his physical body, which was comparable to an Exalt rank Dark Beast, would probably suffer a heavy injury even if he was able to avoid death. The chaotic flow of space within the spatial rift was truly too terrifying. Unless he knew how to avoid them, otherwise, he didn't possess any confidence in his ability to resist them with his physical body. Fortunately, he had the mortal Emperor armor, and it was fortunate that Head utilized it at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Feng Jin had a pale countenance, and her chest was bleeding incessantly as she gazed at Yang Yi and asked in a low voice, How exactly did you accomplish that? Take your questions with you to hell. Yang Yi's figure flashed and instantly arrived before her. With the lesson Head learned just now, Yang Yi didn't grab her this time, and he just slapped his claws right towards her head. Feng Jin was just about to move when Yang Yi suddenly shouted, "Sword domain." As soon as he spoke, an invisible pressure immediately enveloped an area of 30 m around them. Feng Jin's pupils constricted while shock and horror filled her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's claws had struck her head. Since she was under the effect of the sword domain, Feng Jin didn't even have the ability to evade or resist before her head was smacked apart by Yang Ye's claws. After he killed her, Yang Yi withdrew another extreme-grade energy stone and placed it in his pocket, and then he glanced up into the air and grunted coldly. Some of them are definitely really disappointed that I'm still alive, right? Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, waited for the pearl of baleful blood to finish absorbing Feng Jin's blood and resentment before he flashed towards Bamboo Hall. Why was he heading to Bamboo Hall? It was naturally to kill, burn, and plunder. Qin Huagu and the others had terrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces when they saw Yang Yi enter Bamboo Hall, and the space around them surged. Chapter 446: A Surprise Attack. Qin Huagu and the others didn't attack in the end because the founding emperor and beast emperor were right beside them. So, it would be completely useless even if they did attack. Send a transmission for Feng Moyan to face him. Qin Huagu spoke in a low voice. Haha. Right at this moment, Bai Qi suddenly roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he gazed at Qin Huagu and ridiculed. This is what a great sect of the Southern Territory is like? How truly laughable. A sect is actually unable to find anyone in the same realm of cultivation to obstruct Yang Yi. Now, you're actually dispatching a 7th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder against him. How laughable. All of them had heard of Feng Moyan. She was an Exalt Realm expert of the older generation, and she was one of the top experts in the Exalt Realm within Flower Palace. Moreover, she enjoyed a very great reputation even if it was in the entire Southern Territory, because she was once the strongest amongst the 4 young flowers of the Flower Palace. Her greatest accomplishment in battle was killing a peak Spirit Realm expert, while at the 3rd rank of the King Realm. It was that battle that made her name reverberate through the Southern Territory. The Beast Emperor shook his head as well. A 7th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder against a 2nd-rank Spirit Realm Profounder. The Flower Palace has really started to disregard its honor. Qian Hui grunted coldly when she heard Bai Qi ridicule them, and she rebuked. Bai Qi, you speak as if your Grand Qin Empire can produce someone in the same realm of cultivation hood capable of going against that little bastard. He has a Dao artifact and the ancient sheath of the Sword Emperor in his hands, and he has even comprehended 8th-level sword intent, the domain of the sword. Moreover, he possesses a natural spirit treasure as well. My Flower Palace is already giving him face by merely dispatching a single 7th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder to face him. How shameless! Bai Qi spoke coldly. You're dealing with a 2nd-rank Spirit Realm Profounder with a 7th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder, yet you still try to see honorable and upright. I, Bai Qi, look down upon you. Bai Qi, are you itching for battle? Qian Hu's face was gloomy as she spoke these words. Why would I fear you? Then come. Qian Hu's figure flashed towards the sky. Bai Qi grunted coldly when he saw this, and then he hurriedly followed her. In next to no time, the sounds of their battle resounded from that area. Yang Yi stood with his sword in hand within Bamboo Hall, and over 1,000 corpses were scattered around him. Besides the corpses of the Flower Palace's disciples, there were 200 swords flickering about incessantly in the surroundings. Earlier, Head utilized the sword formation to annihilate all these disciples. However, it wasn't easy for him because all of them fought desperately against him. Fortunately, his physical body was formidable, and he was wearing the mortal emperor armor, so they weren't able to cause any material harm to him. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at the pearl of baleful blood that was happily absorbing the blood and resentment in the surroundings, and then his figure flashed into the depths of Bamboo Hall. He plundered everything that was valuable within the entire hall, and then he flicked the nether ghost flame forward, causing it to spread in midair and explode within the hall. The entire hall was transformed into ashes in an instant. My Flower Palace has never suffered such a humiliation since the founding ancestor established the sect. No matter how great of a monstrous genius you are, or who you have backing you, you're dead. Once you die, they'll definitely trap your soul and make you suffer the pain of being burned by sun flames for eternity. Qian Huaga's slightly savage voice resounded from the sky. Yang Yi raised his head, looked into the sky, and then laughed coldly as he said, I, Yang Yi, swear on my soul that I'll definitely annihilate all disciples of the Flower Palace in my lifetime, and I'll wipe off the Flower Palace from the face of this world. If I'm unable to accomplish it, then I'm willing to perish and be forever denied reincarnation. Good, good, very good. Qian Huagu spoke with a savage expression. You want to annihilate the disciples of my Flower Palace and destroy it? Let me see what ability you, Yang Yi, possess to accomplish that. Let's wait and see. Yang Yi grunted coldly before he flapped the wings on his back, and he caused a gale to arise as he vanished on the spot and flashed towards the next mountain. Qian Huaga's entire body surged with killing intent, and her savage expression made it seem like she would go berserk at any moment. On the other hand, the profound energy within the founding emperor and beast emperor surged, and they were ready to act at any moment. Because Yang Yi couldn't resist the strength of a monarch realm expert at all. So, they had to guarantee that they could stop Qian Huagu and Qian Niance's attacks, otherwise, Yang Yi might be killed instantaneously. A short while later, Qian Huagu took a deep breath, and she glanced at the founding emperor and beast emperor with a gloomy expression while the resentment in her eyes was clear for all to say. If it wasn't for the two of them, then she could kill Yang Yi in just an instant. However, if the Flower Palace wanted to kill him in their presence, of course, the Flower Palace could still accomplish it. After all, if all its Exalt Realm experts were to swarm Yang Yi, then what could Yang Yi do even if he had such strength? However, she didn't act completely shamelessly in the end. Because even if they were able to kill Yang Yi after sending a group of Exalt Realm Profounders to kill a Spirit Realm Profounder like him, the Flower Palace would definitely become the laughingstock of the Southern Territory. Qian Huagu spoke softly in her heart. I hope Moyan doesn't disappoint me. Yang Yi had just arrived on the next mountain when a woman was waiting there for him. The woman was very beautiful, and her beauty even surpassed the two women from before. Of course, her appearance wasn't attractive to Yang Yi at all. He only cared about the aura she revealed because it was even stronger than Feng Jian. I was still a little too late. Feng Moyan gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke slowly. I never expected that you would really dare to slaughter the disciples of my Flower Palace within my Flower Palace itself. Moreover, you even burned down its hall. The most surprising thing is that you're only at the second rank of the Spirit Realm, and you're actually Feng Ye's son. I presume you came here today to avenge your mother? Isn't that very obvious? Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then Void Flash appeared within the dragon claw on his hand. He was prepared to kill anyone who stood in his path of butchering the Flower Palace. Even if that person who obstructed him was someone his mother knew years ago, he would still kill without the slightest hesitation. Feng Moyan pondered deeply for a moment before she said, Turn back. I won't kill you out of consideration for your mother. Do it now while I still haven't changed my mind. Hiss. A ray of light flashed, and it slashed down towards Feng Moyan. She sighed lightly when she saw this, and she knew that this was Yang Yi's answer. With a flick of her finger, a flower petal condensed from energy shot forward violently, and it collided with the ray of light from Yang Yi's sword before both of them exploded apart. Flower bloom! Feng Moyan shouted as she gestured with both hands. In an instant, all the flowers on the entire mountain instantly rose from the ground, and then they transformed into a rain of petals that filled the sky. Moreover, every single petal was spinning at high speeds and seemed like a sharp blade. In just an instant, an area of 300 m around them had been filled by these terrifying petals. A heaven rank technique? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly upon witnessing this scene, because only a heaven rank technique possessed such terrifying might. He hadn't expected that she would actually utilize a heaven rank technique as soon as she attacked, and this surprised him a little. Yang Yi took a light breath before he walked slowly towards her. Feng Moyan would naturally not underestimate him. She was a senior Exalt Realm expert who possessed abundant experience, so she would naturally not make such a stupid mistake. After all, since Yang Yi had been able to kill the two Exalt Realm experts earlier, then how could he possibly be weak? So, Shed immediately utilized her full strength when the battle began as she hoped to kill him with a single blow. A wisp of ruthlessness flashed through Feng Moyan's eyes when she saw Yang Yi walking slowly towards her, and then she waved her right hand and shouted, "Go!" The petals in the air instantly shot violently at Yang Yi like petals being blown by a storm. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's lips parted lightly when those terrifying petals arrived 15 m away from him, and he shouted, "Stop!" As soon as he spoke, the petals suddenly stopped within Feng Moyan's shocked gaze, and then all the petals in an area of 30 m around him weren't able to approach anymore. "Shatter!" Yang Yi suddenly shouted, and then an explosion instantly resounded. All the petals within his sword domain were instantaneously transformed into dust, while Yang Yi's countenance became slightly pale. Regardless of whether it was the sword domain, void flash, or the natural treasures, he couldn't execute them without limit. Even though Head utilized the extreme-grade energy stones to support him through these 3 battles, some problems had still arisen within his body. For example, while Head utilized the sword domain to deal with her heaven rank technique, he had still suffered a slight injury from its might. It wasn't an external injury, but an internal one. His internal organs had actually been injured by the impact. He was a man, not a god, and he was overexerting himself in advance. The gap between him and all his opponents had been too huge. So, while Head killed 2 Exalt Realm experts and slaughtered numerous disciples of the Flower Palace, Head overexerted himself in exchange for the strength to accomplish all of that. In short, his cultivation was still quite low, and he was unable to truly utilize the sword domain or void flash at will. If he was at the Exalt Realm, then destroying that heaven rank technique wouldn't be difficult at all. The sword domain. Feng Moyan spoke in a low voice. It's actually the sword domain. Needless to say, you really possess extraordinary natural talent. Besides the sword sect's founding ancestor, you are the most monstrous genius in the last 10,000 years of the Southern Territory. Unfortunately, a monstrous genius like you has become a mortal enemy with my Flower Palace. In that way, it's best to eliminate you before you're able to grow. Otherwise, my Flower Palace would definitely be unable to endure the flames of your rage in the future. Yang Yi took a light breath and didn't waste his time talking nonsense with her. His figure flashed as he shot forward towards her with void flash in his hand. Feng Moyan grunted coldly and was about to attack. Yet right at this moment, a strand of gold light suddenly erupted from Yang Yi's hand. After that, a golden rope flashed off from his hand, and it passed through space and arrived in front of her. A Tao artifact. Feng Moyan's pupils constricted. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed another Tao artifact, and she was extremely shocked in her heart. Her figure immediately flashed and appeared over 30 m away. But as soon as she descended to the ground, the golden rope had vanished mysteriously on the spot, and it was already around her when it appeared again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived in front of her, and then he swept void flash forcefully towards her neck. Feng Moyan was horrified. She was just about to circulate her profound energy, yet noticed to her astonishment that the profound energy within her body actually seemed like it had been caged and couldn't be circulated at all. Finished. This was the last thought that flashed through her mind before her head flew into the air. Qin Huagu and the others had horrifyingly gloomy expressions as they watched this scene. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed another Tao artifact. Exactly how many Tao artifacts does he possess? Situ Hai's expression was quite gloomy as well because the immortal binding rope belonged to the exalted Han Empire. Right at the moment when Feng Moyan's head flew into the air, an unexpected event occurred. A woman suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi, and then she swiftly slapped her palm against Yang Yi's back, causing his body to curve like a drawn bow as it flew backwards. A 9th rank Exalt Realm expert. A surprise attack. The founding emperor and beast emperor's expressions had become gloomy. Chapter 447 Secret Technique. Yang Yi's figure was blasted flying for almost 3 kilometers before he finally with a small hill. The hill instantly trembled violently from the collision and countless rocks rolled down from it. On the other hand, a woman in a red dress had appeared where Yang Yi stood just now. The woman stood there proudly while her hands were enveloped by mysterious metal-studded gloves. An ant like you actually dares to boast about destroying my flower palace? You're courting death. The woman gazed coldly at Yang Yi, who had sunken into the side of the hill, and she spoke with disdain. How laughable! Li Si suddenly spoke in the sky. A 9th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder actually launched a surprise attack against a 2nd-rank Spirit Realm Profounder, and you even seem to feel very proud of it? So the Flower Palace is filled with such trash. How truly laughable. The woman in a red dress had a slightly unsightly expression on her face, yet didn't refute him. After all, Li Si was a Monarch Realm expert. It's laughable? Qian Huagu spoke coldly. Could it be that the disciples of my flower palace should head over one by one to be killed by him? Since he dared to attack and kill in my flower palace, then he should be prepared to face death. If we're talking about something being laughable, then your Grand Qin Empire is laughable. Don't tell me that the conflict within the palace of your empire is all upright and above board. Even you, Li Si, have probably conducted any dirty deeds, right? Since you're nothing good yourself, then on what basis do you ask others to act in that way? Li Si was about to say something when the founding emperor waved his hand and said, "There's no need to speak further about it. The outcome hasn't been decided yet." The expressions on the faces of Qian Huagu and the others changed, and they looked downward and witnessed the scene of a figure flashing out from the hill. Their expressions became gloomy when they saw this figure because it belonged to Yang Yi. The woman in a red dress had an extremely unsightly expression. She hadn't imagined that this ant at the spirit realm would actually be able to survive after suffering a full-force attack from her. It was like an immediate slap to the face. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression was extremely unsightly as well. He didn't blame her for launching a surprise attack against him, and he only blamed himself for not being sufficiently cautious and quite careless. Of course, he was a little surprised as well. He was surprised that a 9th-rank Exalt Realm expert would actually launch a surprise attack against him. She has really disregarded all shame. Of course, the most important aspect was that Head realized how terrifying 9th-rank Exalt Realm experts were. If he didn't possess the mortal Emperor armor to resist most of her strength while his formidable physical body did the rest, then just that strike would have probably blasted him into pieces. Just this attack alone told him that he was probably unable to kill him even if he utilized the sword domain and the Tao artifacts he possessed. The gap in their realms of cultivation wasn't something that could be made up for with external forces anymore. I underestimated you a little, ant. The woman rubbed her metal gloves together as she spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Even though he was quite unwilling, he knew that it was practically impossible for him to kill her with his current level of cultivation. So, continuing the battle like this would only be a waste of time. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi stopped hesitating. He lowered his head to gaze at the ancient sheath in his hand and said, "Activate the secret technique." A ray of light flashed before the sword spirit appeared in front of Yang Yi, and she pondered deeply before she said, "Even though you aren't cursed by the heavens any longer, and you've even advanced into another realm of cultivation, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. This secret technique will burn away a year of your lifespan every 2 hours. Are you sure?" "Yes," Yang Yi said firmly. "Do I have another choice? I might die if I don't." The sword spirit pondered deeply for a moment before she nodded, and then she transformed back to her original shape. After that, the ancient sheath transformed into a ray of light that shot into the space between Yang Yi's brows. This secret technique is one that activates the potential of the body by utilizing the Bodhi's lifespan. It will strongly affect your body once you finish using it. Remember not to utilize it for a long period of time, otherwise, not to mention the huge decline in your lifespan, it's even very likely for irreparable harm to be inflicted upon your body. Bang! After the sword spirit finished speaking these words, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from within Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi's cultivation actually started to rise explosively. The 3rd rank of the spirit realm, the 4th rank of the spirit realm, the 9th rank of the spirit realm. Bang! A terrifying, imposing aura erupted once more from within Yang Yi's body, and then it swept towards the surroundings like tidewater. Under the astounded expressions of everyone in the surroundings, Yang Yi had actually advanced into the Exalt realm. How could this be possible? The woman in a red dress was slightly stunned by the sight of Yang Yi, who had advanced into the Exalt realm. How could he have possibly advanced from the second rank of the Spirit realm to the Exalt realm in an instant? How could this be possible? Qian Huagu and the others had gazes that were filled with shock as they witnessed this scene. They were aware that some secret techniques in the world could temporarily improve one's cultivation, but most of them could only improve a person's cultivation by 1 or 2 ranks, or 5 at most. Yet now, Yang Yi had advanced by an entire realm of cultivation. What secret technique is that? In next to no time, they stopped thinking about this because another terrifying question had appeared in their mind. That question was how terrifying Yang Yi would be now that had attained the Exalt realm. 8th level Slaughter Sword Intent, the Enlightened Sword Heart, the Sword Domain, a natural treasure, 2 Dao artifacts. Could anyone in the Exalt realm resist him? Feng Hong, retreat quickly. He's invincible amongst those in the same realm of cultivation. He isn't someone you can stop anymore. Qian Huaga's voice was slightly anxious, because the Flower Palace had lost 3 Exalt realm experts now, and it truly couldn't afford to lose more. Feng Hong had a slightly ferocious expression on her face upon hearing this. Retreat? If I did that today, then how would I stand up with my head held high in the Southern Territory? He's just a Spirit realm profounder who has advanced to the Exalt realm by way of a secret technique. How could he possibly go against me, a 9th rank Exalt realm expert? Don't worry, Martial Ancestor. He'll definitely eliminate this enemy who might become a formidable enemy for the Flower Palace in the future. After she spoke these words, Feng Hong didn't wait for Qian Huagu to speak before her figure flashed over to Yang Yi, and then she swiftly smashed her fists at Yang Yi. Everywhere they passed, space was warped by the force within her fists, and it was an extremely astounding sight. A ray of light flashed. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as Feng Hong moved back to where she stood just now. Moreover, her eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with shock and disbelief, because her low-grade heaven-rank dark metal gloves had actually been slashed into pieces by Yang Yi's attack. Yang Yi greedily inhaled a deep breath as he gazed at the sword in his hand, and then he clenched in right hand. He instantly felt a feeling of fullness in his hand, and it was the feeling of grasping space. This is how the Exalt realm feels like? Yang Yi squeezed space lightly with his right hand while he chuckled, and then he gazed at Feng Hong. A 9th rank Exalt realm expert? It doesn't seem so out of reach now. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and his 8th level Slaughter Sword Intent swept out and instantly enveloped Feng Hong. The latter was astounded, and her pupils constricted because Yang Yi had arrived in front of her. Yang Yi revealed a savage smile as he swept Void Flash forward. Feng Hong naturally didn't dare to go head-on against this attack. What a joke. That was a Dao artifact enhanced by 8th level Slaughter Sword Intent. How could she dare to resist it head-on? She immediately intended to retreat, but an invisible force suddenly appeared around her, and it was like a mountain that caused her to feel fairly suffocated. Moreover, the profound energy within her had even stopped moving and was impossible to circulate. On the other hand, the sword intent on Yang Yi's Void Flash grew even sharper after this invisible force had appeared, and its speed had risen by at least 5 times. If that invisible force wasn't there to suppress her, then she would still be capable of avoiding such speed. But now, she could only watch as Yang Yi's sword stabbed towards her. Don't you dare! Qian Huaga's furious howl reverberated like a thunderclap in the air, and then an enormous palm pierced through space and slapped down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned, but there was no hesitation in his actions, and he even increased the strength he swung his sword with. Hiss! Void Flash slashed through Feng Hong's neck, and the latter's eyes seemed to bulge from their sockets while blood flowed slowly from her neck. It flowed down onto her fiery red dress, and it made this scene seem extremely beautiful yet blood. Right when that enormous palm was about to strike Yang Yi, another enormous palm had flashed into appearance, and it collided with Qian Huaga's attack. Bang! A wave of fluctuation surged through space as both the enormous palms rumbled and dispersed. Qian Huagu glanced at the Beast Emperor with resentment and said, "Beast Emperor, does your Dark Beast Empire really intend to become irreconcilable enemies with my Flower Palace?" The Beast Emperor shook his head and said, "Is there any point in saying that now?" "Good. Very good." Qian Huaga's expression had turned completely ferocious, and then she looked down towards Yang Yi and said, "You as well. Don't you want to annihilate my Flower Palace and make it vanish completely from this world? Let me see if a monstrous genius who's merely inferior to the Sword Sect's founding ancestor is capable of accomplishing that today. Disciples of the Flower Palace, heed my order. Kill this fellow with all your strength. Attack all at once." "So they intend to act with complete disregard of shame?" Yang Yi laughed coldly, but this just happened to suit his intentions. As soon as Qian Huagu finished speaking, movement instantly arose throughout the Flower Palace as countless profounders flashed towards the mountain that Yang Yi resided on, Lily Peak. In less than a few breaths of time, over 10,000 experts of the Flower Palace had gathered on the mountain. The weakest amongst them were at the King Realm, while most of them were Spirit Realm Profounder. Moreover, there were actually almost 40 Exalt Realm experts amongst them as well. However, most of them were below the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, and only a little over 10 were above that. Could Yang Yi go against so many experts by himself? Of course he couldn't, but he naturally wasn't stupid enough to go against so many experts by himself. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then a transmission talisman flew in the air and exploded with a bang. Head notified in Nanjing and the others who were hiding near the Flower Palace to kill their way into Flower Palace, once he gave the signal via a transmission talisman. With the strengths they possessed, it would only take a short while for them to rush over. In the meantime, Yang Yi naturally intended to give these fellows before him something to enjoy. With a command in his heart, 200 swords shot into the sky, and then the nether ghost flame flashed into appearance under his command. It trembled a little in midair before it transformed into countless strands of flame that enveloped those swords. However, this wasn't the end of it. A red glow surged out and covered the sword formation, causing the swords to instantly emanate sharp howls. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed violently. Chapter 448, I'll finish you with one strike. Just die. The swords in front of Yang Yi transformed into rays of light that descended into the crowd of disciples from the Flower Palace. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded and rumbled atop Lily Peak, and then a huge mushroom cloud shot into the sky. After that, a wave of fire suddenly swept out from within the mushroom cloud, while countless shrill cries instantly resounded above Lily Peak. A short while later, when the dust and dirt dispersed, the mountaintop was covered in corpses. Most of the Spirit Realm and King Realm Profounders here had been annihilated by this attack, and they amounted to a few thousand in number. The remaining survivors mostly consisted of Spirit Realm Profounders. While they were still alive, they'd suffered varying degrees of injuries. Besides that, there had even been some losses amongst the Exalt Realm experts. The might of Yang Yi's sword formation was actually that terrifying and formidable. The surviving disciples of the Flower Palace gazed at Yang Yi with shock, and it seemed like they were looking at a monster. Is he really a second-rank Spirit Realm Profounder who relied on external sources to rise into the Exalt Realm? Qian Huaga's face was horrifyingly gloomy while killing intent surged explosively within her eyes. This fellow is absolutely a disaster that must be eliminated. Otherwise, if he's allowed to mature, then he'll definitely become a lethal threat to my Flower Palace. He has only utilized a secret technique to attain the Exalt Realm right now, yet he's already capable of utilizing such a terrifying technique. If he were to truly become an Exalt Realm expert, then would any Exalt Realm disciple of my Flower Palace be able to go against him? Actually, there was no need to wait for the future because the Exalt Realm experts of the Flower Palace were already unable to subdue Yang Yi. Situ Hai had a solemn expression as well. Obviously, Yang Yi's attack had surprised him. I never expected that such a peerless genius would have actually appeared in the Southern Territory. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, it's very likely that he'll become a great enemy of the mortal emperor. Situ Hai decided in his heart. It wasn't just Situ Hai and Qin Huagu who were surprised and shocked. Even the founding emperor and beast emperor were extremely shocked right now. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed a secret technique to forcefully advance into the Exalt realm and was actually capable of executing such a terrifying combat technique. That technique he executed just now was probably at the mid-grade of the heaven rank at least. The founding emperor and beast emperor exchanged glances, and then they grinned. Because the stronger Yang Yi was, and the more trump cards he possessed, it was naturally better for them. Before long, in Nanjing and almost 70 Exalt realm experts arrived. Besides them, over 100 spirit-ranked dark beasts had rushed over to Lily Peak as well. All of them were shocked when they saw the mess in the surroundings. Yang Yi did all of this? You've attained the Exalt realm? And Nanjing suddenly spoke with surprise. After all, Yang Yi was only at the second rank of the spirit realm before they came to the Flower Palace. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I advanced by force via a secret technique. All right, let's get to the point. There are numerous experts here, so the more you kill, the more top-grade energy stones you earn. It all depends on your ability. Don't worry, experts at the Monarch realm won't attack all of you, so you can kill to your heart's content. When they heard those last few words Yang Yi said, all of them weren't worried anymore, and they pounced towards the group of disciples from the Flower Palace. In their eyes, every single one of those disciples was a bunch of top-grade energy stones. The forces on Yang Ye's side were much fewer than the forces of the Flower Palace, but their quality surpassed the Flower Palace. After all, the weakest on his side was at the Spirit Realm. Besides that, so long as a Spirit Realm expert wasn't an exceptionally monstrous genius, then the Spirit Realm expert would practically have no ability to resist an Exalt Realm expert. After all, not just anyone could break through the spatial cage of an Exalt Realm expert like Yang Yi and in Nanjing could. Even though Yang Yi had much fewer profounders on his side, the Flower Palace gradually fell into a disadvantaged state after some time of battle. Yang Yi didn't participate in the battle. He stood silently on the spot for some time before the wings on his back flapped, and he flashed towards the depths of the Flower Palace. Qin Huaga's pupils constricted when she noticed the direction he was heading, and she roared furiously. Don't you dare, kid! Because the direction Yang Yi was heading led to a restricted area within the Flower Palace, the Graveyard of Flowers. What was the Graveyard of Flowers? It was the grave of the Flower Palace's founding ancestor, and all the prestigious sect masters and elders of the sect. The fallen souls of the Flower Palace's experts were laid to eternal rest here, and they entered the cycle of reincarnation once more to be reborn. It could be said that while there were no treasures there nor was it a paradise of cultivation, it was a restricted area to the Flower Palace. Qin Huagu and the others naturally didn't think that he was going to pay his respects to the seniors of the Flower Palace. Even an idiot knew that he was absolutely up to no good. If Yang Yi were to enter the Graveyard of Flowers and destroy it, then not only would the Flower Palace lose face, even she, Qin Huagu, would become an unprecedented sinner of the sect. The disciples of the Flower Palace seemed to be aware of Yang Ye's intentions, so it wasn't long before a disciple obstructed his path. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just swung Void Flash that was enhanced by his 8th level Slaughter Sword intent, and that disciples didn't even have the chance to react before her head was split from her body. After that, Yang Yi didn't slow down at all as he flashed towards the Graveyard of Flowers. All along the way, countless disciples obstructed his path incessantly, but practically every single one of them were slaughtered by a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. At this moment, with Void Flash, 8th level Slaughter Sword intent, and the sword domain at his disposal, Yang Yi was practically invincible against profounders at the same realm of cultivation. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived before the Graveyard of Flowers. It was situated within a gorge, and a woman in a green dress was standing silently at the entrance to the gorge with a sword in each of her hands. There's still time for you to stop, the woman said in a low voice. If you intended to avenge your mother, then you've already succeeded. You should be aware that it's absolutely impossible for you to annihilate my Flower Palace. At the very least, it's impossible for you right now. If you stop now, then perhaps the enmity between our sides will have a chance of being resolved. But if you dare to step foot into the Graveyard of Flowers, then we'll really be irreconcilable enemies. Stop? Irreconcilable enemies? Yang Yi started laughing from extreme rage upon hearing her. I've been irreconcilable enemies with the Flower Palace since the moment my mother died. Stop? That's absolutely impossible. I heard that the founding ancestor of your Flower Palace is buried in the graveyard of flowers. I, Yang Yi, would really like to see exactly what sort of person would set such an inhumane rule. I presume you won't move aside, so it's best for you to just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed and instantly arrived before the woman in a green dress, while the latter seemed to have expected this. Her figure shook a little when Yang Yi's figure had just started moving, and then she transformed into countless petals and vanished on the spot. After that, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi grunted coldly. He ignored the rays of light behind him while he slashed Void Flash towards the sky in front of him. The pupils of the woman hood appeared behind him constricted, but her reaction wasn't slow at all, and she crossed her swords in front of her body. Clang! She was blasted flying along with her swords. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes because this woman who was only around the 8th rank of the spirit realm had actually been able to block an attack from Void Flash. However, Yang Yi figures it out in an instant. It was definitely because the sword in her hands were no ordinary swords. Otherwise, Void Flashes would have definitely slashed them apart even if they were Earth rank or low-grade Heaven rank swords. Yang Yi shook his head and was about to swing his sword again. However, right at this moment, a middle-aged woman appeared in front of him and stood before the woman in a green dress. A 9th rank Exalt Realm expert. Yang Yi's heart shook while he said to himself, as expected of a large sect. It actually possesses another 9th rank Exalt Realm expert. The middle-aged woman glanced coldly at Yang Yi before she said, Jingzhu, withdraw yourself from this battle. He's invincible amongst those in the same realm of cultivation, so it's absolutely impossible for you to surmount a realm of cultivation and go against him. Don't make an unnecessary sacrifice. The woman in a green dress called Jingzhu pondered deeply for a moment before she nodded, and then she glanced at Yang Yi before she flashed off into the distance. I never expected that my Flower Palace would actually be forced into such a situation by you. Needless to say, even if my Flower Palace kills you today, its reputation would definitely suffer a disastrous decline in the Southern Territory. The middle-aged woman spoke slowly. I have to admit that Feng Yu really gave birth to a good son. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, The Flower Palace's reputation? You are considering too much. The Southern Territory won't have a Flower Palace in the future. Even if I can't destroy your Flower Palace today, they'll definitely be able to accomplish it one day. So long as I'm alive, I'll slaughter every single disciple of your Flower Palace until none remain in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't continue wasting his breath. The profound energy within him surged madly while the 9th Hell Sword Wings suddenly flapped, and a gale erupted from him as he instantly arrived before the middle-aged woman. Sword Domain! Yang Yi shouted as he activated the Sword Domain, and then Void Flash slashed swiftly towards her. The middle-aged woman frowned from being suppressed by the Sword Domain, and her eyelids twitched upon seeing Yang Yi swing Void Flash towards her. She didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and she swiftly stomped her right foot and caused a pitch-black and enormous hole to instantly crack open in space before she entered it. In the next moment, an enormous fist that was over 100 m in size blasted down from Yang Yi's right. However, it instantly stopped upon arriving 30 m away from Yang Yi, and then it exploded into pieces. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the middle-aged woman, who stood around 300 m to his right. He hadn't expected that she would actually be able to struggle free of his Sword Domain. She's much stronger than the other 9th rank Exalt Realm expert from before. That's the Sword Domain? The middle-aged woman had a solemn expression on her face. It really is extraordinary. It's practically impossible for a profounder at the same realm of cultivation to kill you while you possess the Sword Domain. Looks like I must kill you even if I have to take you down with me. Otherwise, it'll be just as you've said, and my Flower Palace will definitely be destroyed in the future. Cut the crap. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he withdrew the wings on his back, and then the ninth hell-cold gale floated in front of him. After that, the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning flashed into appearance. The appearance of the three natural treasures had instantly shocked everyone in the surroundings. Ninth hell-cold gale, violet cloud lightning, and this flame. It should be the nether ghost flame. Three natural treasures. He actually possesses three natural treasures. Qian Huaga's eyes were filled with shock. An ordinary person might not even be able to lay eyes on natural treasures throughout their entire lifetimes, yet such natural treasures had appeared in the possession of a spirit realm profounder. Moreover, it was even three of them. Heavens! Why are you so kind and generous to him? As soon as they appeared here, they swiftly formed a sword under Yang Ye's control, and he pointed this sword towards the middle-aged woman whose eyes were filled with astonishment. He'll finish you with one strike. Yang Ye's domineering voice resounded through the surroundings. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.